Waste World of Sports crew, ahoy, and welcome back for game 2 of this Super Saturday triple header. What a game we just witnessed, right? The Rabbitohs versus the Raiders went down to the wire. Can this game live up to expectations as well? The Sharks versus the Roosters. Usually they go toe-to-toe and put on some good games. Fingers crossed for another one here today. Up the Pars 3. Ahoy there. Welcome along. In nice and early over on the TikTok and in nice and early over on the YouTube. Odd Poppet. Ahoy, mate. And Rhino number 1. Harley Waban. Ahoy, mate. Go the Sharkies and up the Sharks. Aussie John. Ahoy, mate. Welcome along. So, have we all caught our breath after that last game? Wow, what a finish. I'll tell you what, if Alex Johnston pulled that ball in, or if Latrell doesn't float that forward pass, what an amazing finish that would have been. It still wasn't an amazing finish, but, I mean, in terms of our tipping and in terms of our multi. Speaking of multis, I've gone 4 legs in this one. Opposition fullbacks love a good try against the Sharks. For whatever reason, opposition fullbacks are almost, I obviously can't guarantee anything, but as close to a guarantee as possible that an opposition fullback will score against the Sharkies. So, Teddy Tedesco, step up, my friends. Step up, Teddy. And who knows, we might even see Teddy's ass at some point tonight. He is consistently getting pantsed. So the Roosters, James Tedesco, and the Sharks, of course, sometimes they just fall off defensively up the middle. So that, to me, suggests Angus Crichton comes into play for any time try as well. For the Sharks, Kaolero, try-scoring machine, and Billy Burns. So that's my 4-legger for this one. Hoping for a great game, though. This is the sort of game that the Sharks need to win to prove that they can hang with the heavyweights of the competition. The Roosters looking to get their season fully back on track. Once again, they've started slow. They've started unexpectedly. They need to make a statement themselves. Sharks, Roosters should be a good game. Wayne Stretch, ahoy, mate. How are you, buddy? Always nice to see you. And, Divinyal, Divism. Up the Roosters. Deegan, ahoy, mate. Who have you got in the Warriors versus Storm? The Storm and not the same Melbourne Storm that we've seen in recent years, right? But still, like, they've just got such a record over the Warriors, don't they? Mind you, I was talking about this in the last game. We are seeing some streaks and records broken this year, aren't we? So, who knows? It could be the year for it. Carl, is it Carl? GB Carl? Thank you very much for the heart me over there on TikTok. Cheers, mate. I appreciate that very, very much. As the Sharks and the Roosters come out onto the field here. Optus Stadium, Perth is the venue. Taking the game over to Perth as a little bit of a tester, I suppose, for the Perth Bears. I can't imagine the Perth Bears would be playing out of Optus Stadium, though, right? Although, what other stadiums are there? Does anyone from Perth know what footy stadiums you've got over there? Because I'm just looking around. It's a massive stadium. You wouldn't want this every... Well, I know they wouldn't be playing here every week. There's home and away. But you wouldn't want to see this all the time. Like, just this sea of empty seats. Because it is a monster of a stadium for an NRL game, especially when you've got a new team like the Bears coming in. So I'm so curious where they will actually play their footy. Chris Bradley, oi mate, your tipping this round is atrocious. I think for most people it is. The Sharks now onto the field. Monin Sabuin, ahoy mate. Welcome along. Sharks, Roosters about to get underway. Continuing this Super Saturday. Nico Hines needing a big performance. Harley Waban says, boo Roosters. You can't hold too much against the Roosters. Good team, good team. Ready for kickoff. Roosters will get us underway. The Sharks waiting to receive the kickoff. Referee blows the whistle. Sharkies running right to left. Trindall rather, takes the kickoff, and big bad Toby Rudolph takes the first hit up. Stone Street takes it up to the 20. Victor Radley, how good is it to see him back, whether you go for the Roosters or not. Vanua Blake brings it out of the red zone for the Sharks halfway through this set. Jesse Colquhoun, a great find he's been for the Sharks in the absence of Cam McInnes. Rudolph has a second carry. Sharks up to halfway. Fifth and last. Back for Hines to kick from just outside the 40. Sends it deep. And it's taken by Tupou on his own 10. Lots of time to wind up those big legs. Daniel Tupou. And he's tackled 25 out from the line. Odd Poppet says, come on, Sharkies. $30 out now, short side players on. Angus Crichton, one of my try scorers. So I've got a four-legger in this one as the Roosters with Radley up to the halfway line on play 4. Yeah, four-legger on this one. James Tedesco, Angus Crichton, Kale Lero, and Billy Burns. Is a good, strong carry there from Teddy on the fifth and last. 40 out from the Sharks line. High ball puts Kennedy under pressure at the back. He takes it well. 10 metres out from his own line here, Kennedy. And both teams complete their opening sets. Odd Poppet says, come on, Sharks. 1-5. Come on, Chooks. We've got split support for this one. Last stream, it was all Rabbitohs supporters in the chat room as Brayley from dummy half, catching them napping. Blake Brayley continuing his march towards potential origin selection. Fifth and last, Trindall puts the kick down. Easy take at the back for Teddy. Teddy, dummies, straightens, and he's brought down 35 out. Good field position here for the Roosters, who have won the early territorial battle. The Dogs enthusiast, ahoy, mate. Rooster supporter through and through. Hang on. Your name's the Dogs enthusiast. I would have assumed on an NRL stream that was about the Bulldogs, but that must just be about dogs in general, which is cool. Short side players on. Here's Wong. Can't get the ball free. Greyhounds. Nice. C.Y. Wong goes to... I always just assumed it was the Bulldogs. My bad. When I very first saw your username, I'm like, Bulldogs supporter would be very, very happy after Thursday night. Fifth and last, short side. Walker puts this kick up. A tester here for the Sharks early, but coming forward and taking it, Sione Katoa gets away from one, gets away from a second, and he's slung down by Victor Radley in midfield. An early test there for Sione Katoa, and he passes with flying colours. Stone Street brings it out to the 20. As the Sharks shifting from edge to edge, here's Eero. As the backs getting through the hard yakka. Fifth and last for the Sharkies. It's been tough going early on here for Noah Blake. Standing in midfield. Just outside their own 30. Hines now needs a big kick. He plugs it into the corner, and they've allowed it to bounce here, the Roosters. It's going to sit up in the end goal for Tupou. That's a hell of a kick from Hines. And it's a good kick chase as well. Tupou's wrapped up inside the 20. They needed that, the Sharks. Tedesco from dummy half. Straight up the middle goes Teddy. He's got Cherry Evans in support. Up over halfway. Draws in Kennedy. Cherry Evans goes back for Tedesco. Tedesco bobbles. And he's brought down from behind by Trindall in a try-saver. Front foot ball, though. Here's Nwangani Tawase, who bursts into contact. They've held him up over the line. Desperation goal line defense from the Sharks. What an amazing effort. A little bobble of the ball there by Teddy is all that stopped him from scoring the opening try. He gives it to Cherry Evans. Questionable pass at best. It goes back for Tedesco, and he bobbles it. Might have been Sam Walker, actually. My apologies, who was up in support there. Walker now back inside for White. Either way, they were held up over the line. The Roosters have bombed one. They have butchered it early on. Braden Trindall with an absolute try-saver. Set restart now. Cherry Evans, short ball for Crichton. 5 metres out. Crash ball for Collins. He's driven back in the two-man tackle. Big defense from the Sharks here. Walker to Tedesco, who spills it. And now Sione Katoa picks it up and he's away. Katoa's up to the halfway line. Tracking across his Toya. And from behind comes Victor Radley. Victor Radley has chased down Sione Katoa from behind. And Sione Katoa, well, he should be turning beetroot red with embarrassment at that. He got chased down by a lock forward. Sharks 20 metres out. Hines down the short side. Double pump. Dummies. Goes to ground 10 metres out. End-to-end stuff here early on in this game. Hiroti back into midfield. Halfway through the set, Brayley scurries off across for Trindall. Links up with Ero. Ero goes in and away. And he's tackled 10 metres out. Brayley sends it in field. The crash ball. And the try is scored. Jesse Colquhoun crashes over. The Sharks strike first. Tedesco with the mistake up the other end. Somehow Sione Katoa doesn't have the pace. Tracked down by Victor Radley. Look at the speed of Radley there. It took them a few attempts, the Sharks, but they finally got it right. Back in field for Jesse Colquhoun. And that's the opening try of the game. Sharks up 4-0, kick to come. Seven minutes gone. And what a start for both teams, really. End-to-end stuff. Edge-to-edge attack. But it's the Sharks on the board first. Sketch, ahoy there, mate. Bantam Menace 72. I'm a Sharks supporter, so this has been a good start for me. And it was Sam Walker in support of that James Tedesco break. Earlier on, Nico Hines with a simple conversion here. From right beside the posts. Hines moves in and pops this one over. 6 points to 0. The Sharkies over the Roosters. What a start. Pro Gamer, ahoy mate. Damn it. User 56, how was the Rabbitohs and Raiders game? It was fantastic. Very enjoyable. Very tense battle. And definitely a game of two halves, that one. The very definition of a game of two halves. Back underway. Trindall takes the kickoff and Rudolph charges onto it for the Sharks. 8 minutes gone. 6-0. Stone Street carries it out to the 30. Almost up to the 40, actually, on play 2. Colquhoun. A settler in midfield for the try scorer. Fanua Blake up the middle. Just got to complete their set. Brayley scurries off, finds space straight up the middle. And he's up over halfway. Origin bound Brayley. Has to be. Fifth and last. I know that I said it's way too early to talk about Origin, but some people just put themselves in the squad. As Tedesco takes the high ball here for the Roosters, and he's picked up and carried back inside the 20. Tupou brings it out of the red zone here for the Roosters. 9 minutes gone, 6 points to nil in favour of the Sharks. Being played at a furious pace this game. Nawaqangi Tawase brought down just short of the 40. 2 tackles left for the Roosters. As White loses the ball in contact. Fanua Blake comes away with it. Counter-attack is on, but Colquhoun decides to take the tackle and just settle the play down. 40 metres out here. The Sharks go again. Hines drops it off inside for Hiroti. Big mistake, that one for the Roosters. Colquhoun in midfield. A strong opening to the game for Jesse Colquhoun. A try. A couple of big runs bending the line. Toby Rudolph rocked back in the tackle. Victor Radley's back. Back in full force. Hines to the line. Shows it inside. Out. And he's held up. 15 out from the line. Fifth and last coming up here for the Sharks. Trindall heads across field. Short ball to Rudolph. Rudolph held up 10 out. Quick play the ball. Brayley out the back for Hines. The cutout pass deflects off the hands of Walker. It'll be 6 again. And it sits up into the chest of Hiroti. And that's a try for the Sharks. More ass than class there. But Hiroti, he'll take it. The cutout pass was on. Sam Walker's gone for the intercept. Deflects it straight into the chest of Hiroti. The irony there is the pass from Hines probably wasn't going to hit the mark, but it deflects off Sam Walker straight into the chest of the intended target. And that is an absolute gift as the try is confirmed. 10 points to nil, kick to come. Beautiful work. Walker can't believe it, but he needs to because it happened. "12 minutes gone, and it's about to be 12-0 for the Sharks unless somehow Hines balls this one up. He's right in front. Simple conversion. "Hey, mate," says Sam Walker, looks uncomfortable. That he does. It would be very uncomfortable playing conditions, though, over there in Perth. I reckon the Bears will knock some teams off next year just for the simple fact that the game's in Perth. As Hines pops this one over, and it is 12 points to nil. The Sharks racing out to an early lead here against the Roosters. Fantastic work. Odd Poppet says Sharks are doing what we should have done in the first half. Odd Poppet, of course, Rabbitohs supporter. Torn between the Rabbitohs and the Bulldogs, he was. That's all right. You're allowed to have two teams. You're allowed to have a main team and a team that you just wish well. So you can go Rabbitohs main team. Bulldogs is your team that you don't mind, your secondary team. As long as you continue to support the main one, of course, is Fanua Blake from the back fence from the kickoff. The Sharks on a roll here against the Roosters. Who'd have thought, huh? Teague Wilton, good strong carry. Michelle says we have second, third, and emotional support teams. Yep. I have many teams. I've got the Sharks as my favorite team. I've got the Panthers because, of course, my dad goes for the Panthers. And then I've got everyone who plays the Broncos. So, yeah, I've got a lot of teams. Trindall puts the kick down, taken by Teddy on the 10. And Tedesco brings it back out the red zone. The Roosters looking absolutely rattled here early on. Tupou, low into contact. No one need to say. Tries to get away from the tackle of Wilton. He holds on and then gets support. Short side for Wong, standing in the tackle. Roosters up to halfway. And White now into Sharks territory on the 5th and last. Short side they go. Cherry Evans from 40 out, puts it high. He's going to land it on the goal line. Kennedy gets the foot back. Does an amazing job there, Will Kennedy. Great awareness. Puts the foot back into the end goal to earn a 7-tackle set. Now that is some heads-up play there from young William Kennedy. Well, I don't know how young he is, but he's younger than me. That's all that matters. Sharks already up to halfway here on play 2. Hiroti into Roosters territory. They are rolling here, the Sharks. This is actually terrifying. I haven't seen this sort of form from them since 2016. Set restart. 40 metres out in midfield. The Sharks with a full set of 6 in the attacking zone. 14 minutes gone. Brayley goes right for Fanua Blake. Short ball. Well read by the Roosters defence. 20 metres out, though. Brayley back into midfield for Colquhoun. Heads back towards the ruck area. And he's put on his back 15 metres out. 2 tackles left. They go right for Hines. Out the back for Kennedy. Kennedy inside for Hiroti, who spills it. Tedesco scoops it up. And Teddy's nearly away. Penalty goes to the Roosters. Teddy taps and goes. He's in open space. He's up over halfway, Teddy. 1 to beat. Katoa comes at him and Rudolph brings him down from behind. 35 out. Front football here for the Roosters. Cherry Evans into Bradley. Sends it on for Toya. Toya retreats. Beats the tackle of Stone Street. Stone Street comes back at him. 35 metres out. White. Angles back down the short side. Quick pass out the back for Wong. Wong beats one. Takes it to the 20. Roosters halfway through this set on counter-attack. Cherry Evans to Radley in midfield. Lindsay Collins. 6 again for the Roosters and front football. Robson scurries out a dummy half and he's hammered by Will Kennedy. Big tackle. 5 out. Left they go again. Walker with the drop-off for Crichton. Crichton runs into a brick wall named Toby Rudolph. Dumps it back for Walker. Fires the no-look pass into midfield and Radley spills it. Well, this is headless play from the Roosters. The Sharks' defence racing up and forcing errors. Taking a page out of the Bulldogs on Thursday night against the Panthers. Walker. The no-look pass over the top. And now we've got a penalty. Penalty against the Roosters. Dissent. They were questioning the referee there a little too aggressively, and the referee says, I'm not copying it. Penalty for dissent. And that has just gifted the Sharks field position here. Up over halfway goes Hiroti. Dustin Fisher, ahoy, mate. Got the Sharks to win, and Hines, anytime try scorer. Nice to see you as always, Dustin. By the way, great win for your Cowboys on Friday night. Fanua Blake, 6 again for the Sharks as the Roosters are offside. And Fanua Blake stands in the tackle, brought to ground now by Collins, scooped up by Brayley. Hines now shifts right for Burns, onto Hiroti. Hiroti's been strong, coming in for the injured Jesse Ramian. Maybe they should just leave Ramian out altogether, forever. Send him off early to the Cowboys. 20 metres out, halfway through the set here, the Sharks. Brayley, short side. No, he stops and brings it back open for Hines. Inside for Colquhoun. From a standing start, he beats Walker. Sam Walker's defence being found out once again. Rudolph, the decoy. Trindall has it out the back. Dummies. And he's chopped down 5 metres out. Fifth and last, Brayley puts the kick in behind. It's lost forward by Burns. And the Roosters come away with it. What a miracle try that would have been if he reeled that one in. Billy Burns. Short side goes Hugo Savala. As the Roosters have survived another little scare. Tupou brought down just shy of the 40. 22 minutes to go in this opening half. Crichton to halfway. Cherry Evans to White. Carries it into Sharks territory. Walker, cut out pass left. They go. Savala beats one. Puts the fend on Burns. Earns a 6 again. The Roosters 30 metres out. Full set of 6. Radley tries to spin out of the tackle of Hines. Brings him down 25 out. Sloppy play the ball. And he's lost it, Victor Radley. He's dropped it in the play the ball. Big mistake. Play 1 after a set restart. Oh, Victor. What a mistake that was. The coach is not happy. Odd Poppet, catch you later, mate. Enjoy work. And have yourself a good sleep, my friend. Try not to have nightmares about that Rabbitohs game. It's the Sharks through Stone Street off the back of the scrum. Hero now 35 out. The Dogs enthusiast, who's a Rooster supporter, I must keep reminding myself, must be raining butter. Benoit Blake's the decoy. They go to Colquhoun in midfield. Hines onto Hiroti. Hiroti steps back in and he's tackled on halfway. The Sharks are loving this short side. Hines now goes to ground 40 metres out. Fifth and last. Trindall puts it high. Down the short side again. Tupou tracking back for it. Kennedy chasing through. Kennedy's got him up. Tupou's driven back into the end goal. What a kick chase from the Sharks. Oh, they're up for this game, the Sharkies. They are up for this one so far. They want to prove that they can go toe-to-toe with the big boys of the comp. Knee Crumbler, ahoy, mates. I'm doing good, thanks, bro. Was for the win over the Storm, 1,000-0, or whatever the scoreline might be at halftime. Just add 1,000 to the Warriors. Roosters go short with the restart. Stone Street takes it, and he's in space. 5 metres out from the line. Where was the defence? Well, it finally got there for the Roosters. Colquhoun centres the play. 10 metres out. The Sharks building nicely. Hines drops it off here for Rudolph. And Rudolph's lost it. Tackle 2. Toby Rudolph. Simple drop ball. Shadow, ahoy, mate. And that butter that it's raining down in Perth claims another victim. Butterfingers McGee. And you can see that when the camera goes up close, the amount of sweat on all the players. So conditions would be very difficult. Not good conditions for ball handling. And now the Roosters cough it up on play 1. Stone Street comes away with it. And it's a knock-on against the Roosters. Just as we were talking about, sweaty balls are always awkward to handle. And the Roosters cough it up now on play 1. Robert Toyer, of all people. 6 errors in this opening half by the Roosters already. 2 to the Sharks. 8 errors across the game in the opening half. This is now a big scrum for the Sharks. They've got to take advantage of this. Trindall feeds it. They go left for Hines. Hines has to jump and take it above his head, which stalls all the momentum on that play. Wilton at first receiver for some reason. He's picked up and dumped in front of the posts. Brayley goes on a dart, links up with Fanua Blake. Fanua Blake taking a couple of meters out. Brayley sends it right for Trindall. Trindall has a go on his own. Carter, thank you very much for the roses on TikTok. Brayley onto Hines in midfield. Nearly takes Rudolph's head off as he fires the pass to Kennedy. Ero goes in and away on Toya. Toya holds on. Fifth and last, 10 meters out. Hines back down the short side, dinks it in over the top. Taken by Cherry Evans, a meter out from his own try line. No Tuase bringing it out of the red zone. To Crichton now, who charges into it. And he's rocked back in the three-man tackle. Tupou out of the red zone, spills it. Another cough up here from the Roosters. Counter-attack is on. Hiroti can't get the ball out to Katoa. No advantage. Double knock on. And the Sharks will get the feed. Talk about, well, the Bulldogs enthusiast in the chat room suggesting that it's raining butter. It might very well be. The number of drop ball here. We've seen like almost 10 errors. There's still 16 minutes to play in this opening half. And we've seen like 10 errors. The Sharks have to take advantage here. The scrum resets. Hank X2R on the YouTube. Under sevens type stuff this. As Sione Katoa tries to duck under the tackle. Hiroti. Into the 20 he goes. The Sharks. They have to make the Roosters pay for some of this dropped ball. Rudolph. 15 out in midfield. Halfway through the set. Trindall, short ball for Burns, who's taken down half a meter out. 6 again for the Sharks. Brayley gives it off to Trindall, who crashes over. And tricky Trindall gets there. 16 points to nil, kick to come. Tricky Trindall. The Sharks are on a roll here. What an incredible first half, punishing the Roosters for their mistakes. The Roosters completing at under 60%. Braden Trindall catching the napping marker. The Roosters defenders punching the ground in frustration. User 56 says Roosters need to know how to hold a ball. Shadow, thank you very much for the 10 TikToks. Cheers for all the gifts over there on TikTok. Nico Hines with the conversion attempt. 14 minutes to go in this opening half. And yeah, the stats at halftime are going to make some depressing reading for the Roosters. Hines about 15 to the right of the posts. He moves in and starts it out to the right, and it stays out to the right. And it stays 16 points to nil. Sharks. Is Connor Watson ready to come onto the field? Trent Robinson has said enough is enough. We got to get some fresh legs and some fresh minds out there. As the Sharks dominating early on here. Collins is off. White is off. Radley's off. Some sweeping changes. Butcher's on, Watts is on. And, geez, have they injected Spencer Leniu into this game? It's been all Sharks here in the first half. Trindall, the most recent try scorer. Collins is coming back on. Some confusion with the interchange even for the Roosters. They are a mess today. Lindsay Collins left the field, and then he comes trudging back up to the halfway line for the kickoff. So he thought he was coming off. Turns out he's staying out there. Trindall takes the kickoff, and Fanua Blake winds up for the Sharks. So the Roosters can't even get their interchanges right at the moment with their communication. Oh, Stone Street bobbles it inside his own 10. What a disaster that would have been. Hines shifts it on for Rudolph. Rudolph to the edge of the 20. Colhoun brings it out now another 10 metres. Moronic douchebaggery. Ahoy, mate. Fifth and last. Big kick needed here from Trindall from inside the 40. Sends it deep for Tupou. Looking up into the sun. He takes it well. Thinks about passing inside for Tedesco, but goes on his own here, Tupous. And he's tackled 25 metres out. Nwangani Tawase. Straight into contact he goes. Cherry Evans into dummy half. 12 and a half to go till the halftime break. 16-0. Who had this scoreline, huh? Walker goes out the back for Teddy. Puts the fend on, but coming back at him is Hiroti. And Teddy goes to ground on halfway. 2 tackles left here. Watson, dummies. And he's wrapped up in midfield. 40 metres out. Fifth and last. Cherry Evans gets the kick away. And the Roosters have completed their first set in about 10 minutes. Kennedy now with the high ball. Takes it out to the 10. Sharks back in possession. Hero. Stuck inside the red zone here, the Sharks. Last 10 minutes completions, 2 from 5 for the Roosters. Trent Robinson will tear them a new one at the halftime break. Don't worry about that. We will see a very different Roosters team in the second half. That's why I'm so firmly stating that the Sharks need to take full advantage of this opening 40 because the Roosters will not be this bad in the second half. Fifth and last, Trindall from inside the 40 again. Puts it in behind Nwangani Tawase, who bats it back. And he'll just trundle back to the 20 in midfield. Slow going. Bruce, ahoy there, mates. Up, Cronulla. It's been a fantastic start, that's for sure. 11 minutes to go till the break. Tupou. Roosters looking tired, says Robert Peters. Short side play. Short ball for Crichton, who nearly breaks through, but well defended from the Sharkies there. Short side they go again. Walker. Cut out pass. Puts Savala in space. Savala's got Walker in support, and Sammy Walker scores. From halfway, the Roosters break out, and Sam Walker gets the try. Down the short side, catching the Sharks napping. Sione Katoa's got his back to play. You cannot have your back to play, and he's caught in field. That's the space Savala goes down. Draws in Kennedy at the back. Boy, oh boy. Sione Katoa, that's just, yeah. One of the first things they teach you in footy camp as a junior is you retreat and keep your eye on the ball at all times. Sione Katoa had completely switched off there, running back into position with his back to the ball, and they went bang, straight down his edge, caught him napping. 16-4, kick to come. They've let the Roosters back in. Fake Slim Shady, ahoy, mate. 9.5 to go until halftime. Simple conversion incoming here for Walker. 16 points to 6. 9 to go in this opening half. The Roosters, they've hit back, and I'm afraid that one was all on Sione Katoa. So interesting to see. So Katoa didn't have the pace earlier on. He got run down by Victor Radley. And now he's been caught napping and horribly out of position to give the Roosters their first try. Butcher from the back fence. This could be the turning point of the game. Fake Slim Shady, you went to the Dogs game on Thursday night. What were my thoughts on the game? Nwangani Tawase fends away from a couple. And the Roosters now powering upfield. Siwan Wong takes 3 to bring him down. 40 out from their own line. Watson shuffles it on into midfield for Leniu. Spencer's held up. Tackle 4. Short side they go again. Trying to catch Sione Katoa out. Angus Crichton will take 5th and last on halfway. Cherry Evans kicks high, kicks long. Pressure on Stone Street at the back. They've let it bounce here, the Sharks. Ero spills it, and it sits up for Robert Toya. Toya steps inside 1, steps inside 2, reaches out and plants it down. Robert Toya scores. The Roosters well and truly back. A half that's been dominated by the Sharks. And the Roosters, they're a try away suddenly. Cherry Evans puts it high. Stone Street caught in no man's land. Ero can't get hold of it at the back, and Toya scurries away. Now, Robert Toya stepping inside Trindall, steps inside Kennedy. And he reaches out and plants it down. Easy as you like. Robert Toya with the try. Sharks falling to pieces. Still 7 minutes to go to the halftime break. You know what? The Roosters could be leading at the break. That would be completely against the odds. 16-0, they were up. Oh, wait just a minute. The referee has said we're having a look. Well, here we go. Robert Toya has jumped from a long way out. And right now he takes his eyes off the ball and makes contact with Stone Street. This is going to be no try and a penalty to the Sharks. This will be no try and a penalty to the Sharks. We have seen a real crackdown here on this. Jumping up and causing a distraction on the kick chase. And the Roosters are the latest victims of it. Robert Toya has jumped early, has made contact with Stone Street before the ball has come into play. And it's a penalty to the Sharks. We have seen that really, really cracked out on this weekend. We saw a couple in the Cowboys-Broncos game. What a let-off there for the Sharks. Trindall puts this into touch on the 40. The Sharks have just been given an almighty lifeline. 7.5 to go till the break. Kennedy down the short side. Into Roosters territory. Slow play the ball. Trindall into midfield for Talakai. 6 again for the Sharks. Talakai stands in the tackle. Looks to get the ball in quickly. Watson still holding on. Hazelton Straight up the guts, inside the 40. Short ball for Kafusi. 25 metres out. Brayley switches direction for Trindall. For Talakai to have another crack. 20 metres out. Left of the post. They go back into midfield for Trindall. Hines, flat pass across the face of the defence there for Burns. Fifth and last for the Sharks. 6 more tackles. Kafusi on the crash ball. Gets the offload back. And the ball to Hazelton. Hazelton's in space. And Hazelton will score. Well, that's a real backbreaker for the Roosters. A try disallowed down the other end. And now Dizzy the Egg Hazelton gets a try for the Sharks. 6 minutes to go till the break. The Sharks have taken that gift with both hands. Beautiful vision from Brayley. And there was just no defense on the goal line there for the Roosters. Tedesco caught out of position. Watson had to come from a long way to try and save the try. Game Mamel, ahoy. Yes, ready to jinx? Who have you got? I need to start jinxing my own try scorers. 5.5 minutes to go till halftime break. I haven't got a single tick. Hines from right in front. Nico from bang in front puts the conversion over. And it is 22 points to 6. 5 minutes to go till the break. Lethbix, am I saying that correctly? Lethbix. 2541. You've got Eero and Toya. Oh, you must be spewing after that Robert Toya no try then. Leo, Barcelona. Ahoy there, mate. Welcome along. 5 minutes until the break. Roosters get us back underway. 22 to 6. The Sharks lead. Trindall takes the kickoff and the try scorer, Hazelton. Dizzy the Egg, Hazelton takes the hit up. Stone Street driven back in a 3-man tackle. 15 out from their own line, the Sharks. Talakai sends it on to Kafusi. And Oregon brings it out of the red zone. Game of Mel, you've got Eero, Kennedy, Tupou, and Marky Mark. Oh, yeah, right. Oh, the Sharks have knocked it on here. Sharks have knocked it on. 4 to go until the break. Big opportunity here for the Roosters. Okay, it's pronounced left B. Okay, left B. Not sure why the X and the numbers are there. Just random YouTube crap in the username, I suppose. Left B was probably taken. And so you had to put a bunch of stuff to make it unique. As the Roosters break away now from the scrum. Tupou down the left edge. Steps back in field. And he's brought to ground 10 metres out over on that left edge. Roosters lined up to the right. Savala at first receiver to Watson. Watson back into midfield. 10 metres out, the Roosters. Cherry Evans. Dummies. Spins. Goes back in field for Lenu. Lenu heads across field looking for a weak defender to straighten on, but he's rocked back in the tackle. Halfway through the set now, the Roosters. Watson to Cherry Evans. Right they come. Tedesco for Toya. Toya from a standing start. Taking a ground 5 metres out, a metre in from touch. Nwangani Tawase into dummy half. And Cherry Evans to Butcher. 5th and last for the Roosters now. 5 metres out in midfield. They come short side. Tedesco grubbers in behind the line. Battered dead by Stone Street. Goal line dropout incoming. 2 minutes 40 till the break. The Sharks clinging on. Eugene, ahoy mates, Eugene, you lol. Sharkies from PNG. Jim Dark, ahoy mate. They are all looking like pot plants. Come on, Roosters, blow them off the park. Sharks go short with the restart with 2 minutes to go. Interesting. Nwangani Tawase takes it in the air. 20 metres out in midfield now. 6 again for what it's worth on play 1. Nat Butcher settles in midfield. 2 minutes to go in this opening half. Walker to Tedesco, takes the line on, gets the late offload back for Walker. Spins, gives to Watson in midfield. Continuing out to the right, Siwa Wong fancies his chances here against Trindall, and he's brought down from behind. Nobody in front of Robert Toya. Toya dives for the line. And does he get it to the ground? Will Kennedy might have just pulled off a miracle. It's gone up as no try. Robert Toya had nobody in front of him, dives for the line, and if Will Kennedy has saved this try, well, he also had some help from Kafusi there. Toya doesn't get it to ground. Kennedy scoops it up. They turn him on his back. What a try saver from the Sharks. Roosters still have the ball, though. A minute and a half until the break. Roosters will still have it. Toya will go back to the 10 to play it. And here they go. 3 tackles left. Cherry Evans inside for Lenu. On the crash ball. 5 metres out in front of the post. Robson for Walker. Grubbers it by the line. Hazelton gets back. And the Sharks bat it dead. Goal line dropout incoming. There's a minute to go. Surely the Sharks send this one deep. With a minute to go, you send it up over halfway and back your defence, surely. Jim Dark says, thanks for your great coverage. Cheers for joining us, Jim. Very much appreciate the company. Trindall does indeed go deep with the restart. And it bounces up over halfway over the head of Connor Watson. Lenu has to track back for it. And he charges into contact on halfway here. Spencer. 35 seconds to go until the break. Robson, from dummy half, put on his back, 40 metres out. Walker drops it off for Butcher. 18 seconds left. Cherry Evans to Walker, taps it on for Wong. Beats the first tackle, but runs into Wilton. The Sharks hold him up. This is the last play of the half. Robson for Watson. Walker will put the kick up for Tupou. Tupou's got nobody in front of him. Takes it and plants it down for the try. Daniel Tupou. Where was the Sharks' defense over on that edge? Sione Katoa's edge again exposed. He is having a nightmare out there in Perth. Where was the Sharks' defense? Sione Katoa caught in no man's land. 10 metres in field. Didn't know whether to come up or stay back. Sione Katoa is having a nightmare. Easy try there for Tupou. Walker executes the kick perfectly. And the Roosters hit back right on the stroke of half-time. And Sione Katoa, I tell you what, this might be the single worst game I have ever seen that man play in his entire career. He is having a dead set shocker out there. 22-10, kick to come. And despite the fact that the Roosters have really not been their own, they've been their own worst enemies in this first half. But they are going to go into the halftime break in touching distance and with a little bit of confidence and a little bit of momentum. Sam Walker from the sideline to make it 22 points to 10. A game that they have no right to still be in at the break. Walker starts it out to the right. It bends back and it's straight through. Sammy Walker with the conversion. And it is 22 points to 12 at the break. And whilst the Roosters will not be very happy with their performance, they have got a lot to build on here in the second half. They will actually, this might sound crazy, but I think the Roosters actually go into halftime quite happy, considering obviously they won't be happy with how they performed overall, but to go into the break 22-12, they will be ecstatic. And it's actually the Sharks who will come out in the second half under pressure. Crazy first half of footy in the end. Daniel Tupou with one of the easiest tries he will ever score in his career. Gives the Roosters the front foot going into the halftime break. Cheryl, ahoy there. Cheryl says, nice one, Sammy. DeHons wants to know what my multi is. You know what? It's not even worth mentioning at the halftime break. It's such a disaster. So Cheryl over there on the TikTok has been cheering along through that first half. I'm going out on a limb and assuming Roosters supporter based on what's been cheered and what's not been cheered. Waste to World of Sports, live on YouTube, live on TikTok, live on Twitch. Warriors versus the Storm coming up after this one in a double header. Bringing you alternative commentary of the games each and every weekend. Not every single game. It's just not physically possible. But as many games as I can possibly muster up, we do alternative commentary / social hangout here on the Wasted World of Sports each and every weekend. Pro Gamer says, better half, please, in the second half. 22 points to 12. Like, this might sound like madness to say that the Roosters at 22 points to 12, the Sharks leading. It might seem like madness to suggest that the Roosters will actually be the more content of the two teams at the break. But you know what I'm trying to say? The Sharks should have been up by about 30 points. That's the way that they'll be looking at it. I'm sure that that's the way that Trent Robinson will be speaking to the team at halftime. Like, look, lads, we were atrocious in that first half, and look at the score. We're only 10 points behind. If we clean up our completion rate and our decision-making, we'll blow this team off the park in the second half. And think about all the energy that they've exerted to get that 22 points. And we're still within touching distance. Like, that is the sort of halftime talk that a coach will give to build his troops up for the second half to come. Robert Peters says Sharks might make a fin of this with the Roosters on the march. I'm not entirely sure what make a fin of it means, but I mean, obviously talking about a shark fin. But, yeah, I guess it's a shark's version of a balls up for a human. I guess. Tayton says that was the worst call ever. Obviously talking about the Robert Toya no try. Well, the problem was they being the NRL, have already set the precedent. The precedent was set last night with the Scott Drinkwater call. As soon as the Scott Drinkwater call was made against the Broncos, they had to stick to it. That is now the precedent. And the Scott Drinkwater call led to the Shibasaki call. The Shibasaki call was a lot closer to this Robert Toya one than the Drinkwater one, but I'm saying that's what started it all. This is the crackdown at the moment. Disrupting the kick chase, not making a valid attempt to challenge the ball. Robert Toya, to the very definition of the rules, leapt too far out, too early, did not have a legitimate play at the ball. So if you make contact with the player who does have a legitimate play at the ball, it's called an obstruction. I mean, that's just... I'm not saying I agree with it, by the way. I'm just saying that is the rule. To the absolute letter of the law, it's obviously what they're cracking down on this week. We saw it in the Cowboys-Broncos game twice. And now we've seen it tonight. Robert Peters, you do this long enough, you start to know a thing or two. Mysterious, thank you very much for the ice cream on TikTok. Very much appreciated. Mysterious says Roosters not having a good season so far. Here's the thing about the Roosters. They're always slow starters. And they shouldn't be too dissatisfied. Honestly, 22-12 at the break where they were disastrous. Actually, let's look at the stats. The Roosters were horrendous. I'm not even kidding. Like they'll be pretty happy to only be behind by 10 points. Because they were atrocious in that first half. Their completion rate at one point was under 60%. And at NRL level, that's not good. Their completion rate is still only 66% at the halftime break. So, I mean, that... You've got the Sharks completing at 87, the Roosters completing at 66, Sharks with 53% total possession, and the Roosters going halftime only behind by 10. If I'm Trent Robinson, I'm honestly spinning that as a positive at the halftime talk. Obviously, they've got to clean up their mistakes. 66% completion rate is nowhere near good enough for NRL level. So if they tidy that up, I mean, that they should walk this in. But we'll see. Second half coming up. All right, I'm going to have a quick break for the halftime break. We'll be back for the second half after this. Sharks up 22 points to 12 at the break. What will the second half bring? We'll find out shortly. Up the Bronx says no way Sharks are winning. Wastewater Sports crew, ahoy. Halftime here, 22 points to 12 in favour of the Sharks. Robert Peters says, sometimes I wonder if the commentators are watching the same game as what we are. Interesting thing that you raised there, Robert Peters. Now, the thing that you have to remember about the TV commentators, and that's actually how this whole channel sort of came into existence, because people, I find that a lot of people that filter through the Wastewater Sports are just, they've had enough of the TV commentary. They're either like, they don't like this person, they don't like that person. There's too much bias towards this team or this player and that player. So that's what we try and provide here, alternative commentary. But the thing that you've got to remember about TV commentators is there is an agenda. There is an agenda that goes on. Like, okay, think about it. Like Fox Sports, or Foxtel, or News Corp, who is the owner of Foxtel, own 70% of the Broncos, for example. So you will very, very rarely hear commentators on Fox ever criticize the Broncos because that's their bosses. Like, their bosses own the Broncos. So you very rarely hear criticism against the Broncos on Foxtel. Channel 9 is the major broadcaster of the NRL. They would have an agreement that they don't put the game into disrepute. It would be part of the contract. Any media contract would be, do not bring the game into disrepute. Bringing the game into disrepute would be straight up questioning referee decisions. Now, you're allowed to have an opinion, of course, on the media. You're allowed to sit there in the studio and question certain calls. You cannot, absolutely cannot go on about it to the extent of, like, they can't continuously go on about things the way that we do here on social media. There's certain there's certain things that they have to actually live up to in their contract, guidelines that they have to follow. So that's just the nature of it. So sometimes when it feels like the TV commentators are watching a completely different game, they can't do it. We can stand here and say, well, that was a 72-meter forward pass. They can't say it like that. You know what I mean? They're still allowed to say, like, that was a questionable call, but they can't bleat on about it the way we do here on the Wasted World of Sports. So just, bear that in mind when talking about the commentators on TV. They do actually have people they work for that they need to keep happy. And there you go. Michelle says one of the AFL coaches questioned the AFL and had to retract it before he got in big trouble. Exactly. You can't, they just can't do it. And it is unfortunate. I mean, I think that something as big as the NRL in this country, people should be held accountable to things. Of course they should be. But anyway, conversation for another time because second half's about to get underway. The Roosters go in halftime with all the momentum. And they will be, as I said, that might sound crazy, but they'll be the happier of the two teams. It was a dismal performance from the Roosters in the first half, and they go in only 10 points down. And here they come with first use of it. Roosters running right to left in the second half. And Egan Butcher takes the first hit up. "20 metres out from the line. Slow play the ball. Oh, Nwangani Tawase clutching at a shoulder in back play. Keep an eye on that. Oh, Game of Mel. That's part of your multi, right? Spencer Leniu gets up and goes again. He's been called held. Has to go back and play it on the mark. 30 metres out in midfield. Roosters come left. Watson dummies. And he's brought to ground on the 40. Fifth and last. Cherry Evans from inside the 40 sends it deep. Tracking back for it is Stone Street, who winds up for the Sharks here. Back into midfield. Hero down the left edge. Can't get away from Toya. Nwangani Tawase's all right. He just made that tackle. Game of Mel. You're fine. He's fine. You're fine. Everybody's fine. Except for poor Jai Gray. Oh. Poor little Mighty Mouse. Top on that AC joint injury as Talakai goes up over halfway. Brayley for Hines. Beats the first tackle. Nico nearly has it stripped out here by Watson and does. One-on-one steal by Connor Watson. Play on. Counter-attack is on out to the right. Toya steps up towards halfway. Nico Hines allows the one-on-one steal. 40 metres out now, the Roosters go back on the attack. Poor ball security there from Nico. Now Lenu. Another strong carry. Short side for Walker. Pops it up for Crichton. Angus. Taken down just outside the 20. Walker heads across field. DCE out the back. For Wong. Steps back in field. Beats one. Looks for the offload. Nobody running with him. Fifth and last. Cherry Evans down the short side. Puts it high. It's going to land 5 out from the line. Batted back by Nwangani Tuase. Play on. And it's a try for Cherry Evans. Nwangani Tuase wins it in the air. Bats it back for DCE. And that is a try for the Roosters. 3 minutes into the second half. I told you they went into halftime with all the momentum and all the confidence. It was the Sharks who were actually up against it. And the Roosters have just gone, boom, 3 minutes in. Nwangani Tuase in the air, the one-handed back. And Cherry Evans gets it to ground. DCE with the try. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, yeah. Cherry Evans gets it to ground. Try confirmed. Cherry Evans does get it to ground. Will Kennedy does a great job once again. And Nwangani Tuase still with the trainer in back play. He is still not 100% happy with that shoulder, that left shoulder. Sammy Walker, 10 in from touch on this right edge. Strikes it well. It's bending, though. Bending holds its line enough, hits the post, and stays through. 22 points to 18. Toafatu. Can't watch KO from my work, so this is what I watch. Love it, brother. Cheers, Toafatu. West Patrol says wooden spoon for Souths. Wow, that is a brazen call coming from the TikTok chat room. Wooden spoon for Souths. 22 points to 18 here. The Roosters score on the stroke of halftime. They score 3 minutes into the second half. And Nwangani Tuase from the kickoff will bring it back on his own. Yeah, I don't think Souths are going to end up anywhere near the wooden spoon, quite frankly. Late offload is called back. Referee called held. Robert Toya was away there in a little bit of space. Siwa Wong, 35 out, their own end of the field here, the Roosters. 22 points to 18. They've clawed this right. Oh, they've spilt the ball. Spencer Leniu with the loose carry. I was just about to talk them up. Commentator's curse strikes again. I was just about to talk them up. It's Spencer with the loose carry. That could undo all the work. Full set of 6 here for the Sharks. 40 metres out in midfield. Sharks break right for Hiroti. Taken down one-on-one by Hugo Savala. Hazelton in midfield. Tackle 2 for the Sharks. Trindall, flat-footed, gives it on there for Kafusi. Not really challenging the line here, the Sharks, not like we saw in the first half. Brayley goes short side for Trindall. Inside ball for Wilton, 20 metres out. Trindall heads across field, links up with Hines, goes out the back for Kennedy. Steps in field, chopped down in a great legs tackle there by Sammy Walker. Fifth and last. Hines, short ball for Trindall, gets it back for Hines, who knocks it on, and Teddy comes away with it. But we've got a referee's whistle here, double knock on. First one by the Sharks. The Sharks there just trying a little too much. They kind of fooled themselves there, the playmakers. Hines and Trindall. 7 gone in the second half. Toya will play it on his own 20. Crichton spins out of the first tackle. And he's brought to ground 35 out. Short side, no. Robson dummies down the short side. Goes on his own. And, somebody's lost a mouth guard. Robson's hurt himself in the tackle. He's clutching at an ankle here. As referee blows time off here. This is tackle 4 for the Roosters. And yeah, I'm pretty sure that was somebody's mouth guard that just went flying out. Like it's the bloody Miss Thailand competition. On report for that. Brayley's gone on report for that tackle. And it's going to be a penalty to the Roosters. Well, that'll be a pretty simple decision at the judiciary. Penalty for the Roosters, though, is the important call here as time back on. Wow. Every time you think you've seen the softest call from the NRL in the modern day, they just one-up themselves. 20 metres out now, the Roosters. Short side, Tedesco. Short ball for Crichton. Spins out of one. And he goes to ground 10 metres out. Robson, who's absolutely fine, by the way. Teddy spells it. Tedesco knocks it on. 5 metres out from the line. And you don't expect to see that from Teddy. Captain's challenge incoming. Well, I don't think the captain's challenge is for the call of knock on per se. He's hoping that there's an offside in here somewhere. The challenge was certainly not to question the call of knock on. He's dropped it cold. The challenge will be hoping the Sharks are offside and high contact here from Talakai. Tedesco is hoping for something here, and Talakai... Nope, Talakai's pulled out of that. So there we go. Captain's challenge is successful. It was called a knockback. So maybe, maybe Teddy, the experienced campaigner that he is, knew all along. And they'll come back for the play of the ball on tackle 2. 10 metres out here, the Roosters. Watson into Butcher in midfield. A settler, 10 metres out. Halfway through the set, Watson goes left. Walker, cut out pass is almost intercepted by Katoa. Sione Katoa spills it. Oh, he's having a nightmare. Not that it matters, because he probably would have got chased down by Victor Radley anyway. Even though Radley's off the field at the moment, he still would have caught him. That's the disaster of a night Katoa's having. Six more tackles under pressure here, the Sharks. Back into midfield. Cherry Evans to Walker. Numbers out to the right. Sharks go for another intercept. Lose it forward. And Nwangani Tawase with a stutter step goes to ground 10 metres out here on zero tackle. Cherry Evans to Butcher. Takes tackle one. They don't need to rush anything here, the Roosters. There's only 9 minutes gone in the second half. They're well on top. Short ball for Leniu. Backs into the defence. Half a metre out from the line. 4 tackles left. And, Robson's had his arms played out here. This will be a penalty, Roosters. You cannot attack the arms of the dummy half. You cannot slap the arm like that. And that's just silliness there from Billy Burns. They tap and go, the Roosters. Quick ball. Butcher. Step back infield. Immense pressure here from the Sharks. Wong stands in the tackle. 2 metres out. Cherry Evans out the back for Walker. Teddy to Savala. Savala takes the line on. Nico Hines and Hiroti combined to bring him down halfway through the set now, the Roosters. Lined up to the right. Walker sends it back inside, though, for Watson. Spins away from the first tackle. Gets the arms free, but Talakai spins him down. Walker has to reach back for the ball. It was poor service from dummy half. Fifth and last now. A couple of metres out. Back into midfield they go. Cherry Evans puts the kick in. Trindall knocks it on. 6 more tackles incoming here for the Roosters. Spinner Shark. Ahoy, mate. Oh, the Sharkies are under immense pressure here. It's been all Roosters since the try on the stroke of half-time. The last 5 minutes possession, 70% for the Roosters. They break right from the scrum. And we've got a whistle penalty. The Sharks are offside. Sharks are offside from the scrum. Robert Peters says it looks like the Chickens have curried the Sharks. All the plays so far. They go right again to the Roosters. Toya pops it on for Nwangani Tawase, who fires the no-look pass straight back in field to the Sharks. There'll be no advantage for that original knock-on. And the Sharks will get the scrum back in midfield. And that was a mess there from the Roosters. Nwangani Tawase couldn't have thrown it more forward if he tried. D-Funk, ahoy, mate. And that was play number 1 off the scrum. So that was a poor mistake there from the Roosters. Second half completions for the Sharks. We are 13 minutes into this half almost, and the Sharks are completing at 0%, and 0% continues because Sione Katoa's nightmare carries on as he drops it from the scrum. Play number 1. And the Sharks, 13 minutes into the second half, are completing at 0%. 0. Sione Katoa, I have never seen him have a worse game, ever. The Roosters absolutely must take the lead here. Cherry Evans dummies. Cuts back in field, 10 metres out. The lead is beckoning here. Butcher. 5 metres out in midfield. Set restart for the Roosters. Oh, maybe not. I heard a bell, but it obviously wasn't for that. Maybe that's just my own ears ringing. This Robson stands in the tackle. 5 meters out. Cherry Evans wants it right. Drops it off inside for Wong. Bumps off the tackle of Brayley. Brayley sticks with him. 2 meters out. Cherry Evans again. Out the back for Walker at pace. Savala taken down a couple of meters out here on this left edge. 5th and last for the Roosters. What can they come up with? Walker goes to DCE. Drops it. Does he know it's the 5th and last? Watson drops it. And it sets up for Kennedy. The Sharks have somehow survived. 0 tackle and a slow play of the ball. What in the hell was that set of 6 from the Roosters? Trent Robinson will be furious. Fitzy's happy, but let's get a shot of the other coach's box. What a headless set of 6 that was. Big defense from the Sharks. Burns up to halfway. 2 tackles left. Brayley finds some space. Gives it to Talakai. They're into the Roosters half again. Talakai offloads. Back for Brayley. Hines. Cut out pass for Hiroti. Hiroti in and away. Can't beat the tackle of Savala. 5th and last. 20 meters out. Hines with the crossfield kick. Puts it high. It's going to land 5 meters out. Nwangani Tuase spills it. It's gone backwards into the end goal. And Watson's been... Oh, Watson reaches out and plants it back in field. Centimeters in the field of play there, Connor Watson. An amazing effort. The Roosters find themselves under the pump, though. Making an absolute mess of the play down the other end of the field. Siwa Wong out to the 20. Tedesco. Taken down on the 5th and last. 30 out from their own line. Big kick needed here from Cherry Evans. Puts it downfield. Kennedy tries to trap it with the boot. He misses, but it has been picked up by Stone Street at the back on his own 20. And Stone Street winds up. 35 out in midfield. Hines at dummy half to Katoa. Oh, it's risky giving him the ball tonight. Jeez. He's held on to it this time, though, Sione. Up over halfway. Nikoro's on the field. Talakai to Kafusi. As the Sharks now 35 out. Short side is on for Trindall. Flat pass at best there for Wilton. No call from the officials. 5th and last, 20 meters out. Brayley goes short side for Hines. Late pass for Ero. Ero puts it into the 10th row. Kale Ero absolutely thumps this one into the 10th row seats. An atrocious kick. 7 tackle set here for the Roosters. 23 minutes to go. 22 points to 18. The Roosters now march up over the halfway line. Oh, Siwa Wong's copped a high shot here. Siwa Wong staying down, clutching the jaw. And we've got time off. Wong is going to try his best to get the call here. And I don't really know why. Wilton, Burns. Well, it's a penalty to the Roosters. He stayed down long enough and earns the penalty. Siwa Wong, he knew he copped one. He stayed down. Yes, Connor Crowley. Ahoy, mate. Storm versus Warriors coming up after this one. I've got to get the team sheets ready for it too. Penalty there to the Roosters. Wong is off for a HIA. And Victor the Inflictor will come back onto the field. 22 minutes left to go in this game. 4 points the difference. This is anybody's game. Roosters have all the momentum. Cherry Evans finds touch, 30 out from the line. Toya with the tap and go for Nafahu White. 20 metres out in midfield. Roosters, full set of 6. 22 minutes left. White plays it. Cherry Evans in midfield. The drop off for Watson. From a standing start. Penalty here to the Roosters. The Sharks inside the 10. Oh, high tackle it is. Sorry. High tackle. Roosters tap and go. White angles back in towards the post. 5 metres out here. The Roosters. Robson to DCE. Walker. Flat pass for Crichton. Crichton bends the line. He's 5 metres out just to the left of the post here. Back into midfield for Radley. Radley dummies. And he's brought to ground in front of the posts. Halfway through the set now, the Roosters. Numbers out to the right. That's where they go. Cherry Evans. So Tedesco spins and comes back in field. Teddy brought down by Fanua Blake. 10 metres out. Staying on the short side as Robson comes back in field now for Radley. Fires it out for Walker. Walker puts the kick through. Kennedy gets across, but it's battered dead by Talakai, and it will be a goal line dropout. More pressure on the Sharks incoming. Still a quarter of this contest to go. Trindall in no hurry to get this back underway. Goes very, very short, Trindall, and spills it forward as he dives on the loose ball. The idea was right. The execution didn't work out. Trindall has knocked it on. The Sharks are challenging. It is a captain's challenge. Trindall. I don't know why he's challenging this, Braden Trindall. Oh, because he's copped one in the chin. He's copped one in the chinny chin there, Braden Trindall. And this will be a successful challenge. Penalty to the Sharks. Penalty Sharkies, successful challenge. Braden Trindall with heads-up play there. Caught the Roosters napping from the short restart. Now sending the kick for touch up to the 40. The Sharks finally clear their own line. 20 minutes to go in this one. Ero takes the first hit up. Put on his back. 5 short of halfway. Short side. Wilton takes it into Roosters territory. Slow play the ball here for the Sharks. Colhoun in midfield. Halfway through the set. It's set up on the 40-metre line. Fanua Blake out the back to Hines. Hines to Nikora. Steps in field. Spins off the first tackle of Crichton. Crichton's down in back play. He's hurt his neck here. Angus Crichton. He's copped a stinger. We got time off immediately. And Angus Crichton drops down. Yes, he's copped one on the back of the neck here. Oh, he got in 2 front on there, Angus. And he has gone straight into Nikora's elbow. No foul play there. Just Angus Crichton got the angle wrong as he went in for that tackle. 5th and last hit for the Sharks. 20 out. Trindall puts the kick down the middle. Chasing through is Burns. Burns leaps. And it falls for Robson. And the Roosters have it 5 out. 22-18. 19 minutes to go. Who's going to step up and take this one? Lazar, ahoy, mate. Angus Crichton, he's fine. Pop that stinger just before. Supra, 8901 says the Sharks are winning this. Roosters up to the 40. Here's Tedesco at first receiver. Takes the fifth and last, just short of halfway. Short side they go again. Walker on the front foot, thinks about having a run. Chips it in over the top. The bounce is kind for Watson. Watson gets a toe to it, and it goes into touch. 10 metres out from the line. Aussie guy, regards from Canberra. We're happy down here today. What a win for the Raiders today, huh? Cheers, Aussie guy and the Green Machine. Performance and a half. KO Weeks, huh? Or KO Weeks, sorry. I'm so used to jokingly calling him KO Sports Weeks, but I stopped that a couple of seasons ago. KO Weeks, what an individual. Have we ever seen a 95-meter individual effort for a try in the modern day? They're few and far between, but what a try that was. KO Weeks. Panua Blake up to halfway. Takes tackle 4 for the Sharkies. Into Roosters territory they go. Colhern with some good meters. Fifth and last. 35 out. Short side for Hines. Puts this one high. He's going to land at about 10 out for Tupou. Tupou versus Katoa. Tupou spills it. It falls for Hiroti. And we've got a double knock on, do we? Captain's challenge. Who challenged it? It was knocked on by the Roosters, clearly. So so captain's challenge by the Sharks. I thought they had the ball anyway. Tupou has gone up and loses it into his own face. And then it goes forward. Now, Tupou is facing his own goal line. They called a knock-on against the Sharks, did they? That's the only reason I can think the Sharks would challenge this call. Challenge unsuccessful, knock-on against the Sharks. Okay, so that must have been what happened. Challenge unsuccessful. Okay, well yeah. Otherwise, that didn't make any sense. I thought that referee called the knock-on against the Roosters there. But anyway, Tupou now comes away with it. 17 minutes left to play. And it's 22 points to 18. The Sharks clinging for dear life to this lead. Nawaqanitawase plays it, 25 out. And high contact here, penalty Roosters on Fekete. $16 and a half to play. And a piggyback upfield here for the Roosters. Cherry Evans finds touch on halfway. They tap and go. Nafahu White into Sharks territory. 40 metres out from the line. Walker drops it off inside for Fekete. Another strong carry. Freshly onto the field. Slow play the ball here. 30 out. Robson goes right for Radley. Tedesco for Toya. Toya gets the one-on-one that he wants with Ero. Ero clings on. Tackle 3, 15 metres out over on that right edge. Tedesco at first receiver. Shuffles it on for Radley. Radley's hit hard. The ball is spilt backwards. That'll be 6 more tackles. Tapped on by Savala for Tupou. Fires the no-look pass back in field. And will come back. No advantage. The original knock-on against the Sharks. Roosters will get the feed. Stephen Peake. Warriors have got speed tonight. AKP getting his first run. Sweet P, 458. Ahoy, mate. You got something to tell me? Cam Pereira is playing for the Warriors next game. That news must have literally just dropped because the chat room is now flooded with the Cam Pereira chats. Scrum down here for the Roosters. Tedesco. Dummies. Takes the line on and he's brought to ground 10 metres out on that right edge. 15 minutes left to play. Still anybody's game, this one. White in midfield. 5 metres out. The goal line is beckoning here for the Roosters. Robson fires it left for Radley. Out the back for Cherry Evans. Savala with quick hands for Tupou. Tupou scores in the corner. We're all locked up. Tupou gets a double. 22 all. 14 and a half to play. We've got another blockbuster finish coming up. The Roosters with great shape out to the left. Simple catch and pass. Sione Katoa, whose nightmare continues, was caught about 15 metres infield. Jams in on Savala. Savala was covered by Hiroti. He didn't need to do that. Try confirmed. Honestly, Sione Katoa has had... We're all entitled to a bad performance. But holy hell, Sione Katoa tonight is taking the very definition of bad performance to whole new levels. 22 apiece, kick to come from the sideline. Big kick, this one. 13 minutes to play, all locked up. And a conversion attempt from the sideline. Tupou with a double. Hugo Savala with the try assist. $22 points all. The conversion is missed from the sideline. Roosters from the restart. Sorry about that. He missed the kick. I was out of the room when it happened. I didn't think he would take it that quickly. My bad. So yes, the conversion is unsuccessful. We're all locked up at 22 apiece. Golden point, anybody? Golden point. Maybe not, because look at the Roosters rampaging upfield. Savala for Tupou. In space. Cuts back in field. And Tupou taken 40 metres out. 2 tackles left here for the Roosters. Radley in midfield for White. White will have a crack here at Trindall. Fancies himself. 5th and last, 40 metres out from the line. Walker down the short side, puts it high. Oh, this is a pressure kick. Kennedy comes forward and takes it well. 10 out from his own line. Oh, Will Kennedy. The heart must have been pounding there. 22 apiece. Boy, we've had some finishes this weekend, right? Sione Katoa, a lot to make up for in the coming weeks. One of the worst performances I've ever seen from him. Hiroti with the carry. Rudolph down the short side. 5th and last, the Sharks on their own 40. Trindall needs a big kick here. Puts it into the corner. And it bounces just short of the goal line. No Wangani Tuase. Tracks across. And he'll bring it back to the 20 here for the Roosters in midfield. 11 and a half minutes to go. Tedesco from dummy half. Takes the tackle, 30 out. Their own end of the field, Butcher. On play 3, approaching the final 10 minutes. Radley, short ball for Crichton. Spins and stands in the tackle, can't get the offload away. Robson to Radley. On halfway, Cherry Evans numbers out to the right. Tedesco goes on his own, though. Teddy can't break through. Gets the late offload back for Nwangani Tuase. Gets the offload for Cherry Evans. And Cherry Evans will score. Piss poor defense there from the Sharks. And the Roosters have gone from halfway. And with 10.5 to go, the Roosters are about to lead by 6. From halfway, the Roosters break out. Tedesco keeping the ball alive. Nwangani Tuase keeping the ball alive. And Cherry Evans with a double. The Sharks' defense absent. And honestly, it needs to be studied as to how badly the Sharks have ballsed this up. From 16 points to 0 to lose the game, potentially 28 points to 22. There needs to be studies done on this. But if any team knows how to screw up a game, it is the Sharks, of course. 26-22, kick to come. And the Roosters just simple play, keeping the ball alive. And with 9 minutes to go, the Roosters lead for the first time in the match. Walker from just to the right of the post. Puts it down the middle. It's 28-22, Roosters. Storm Warriors coming up after this one. And I mean like straight after this one. We will barely get time to breathe before we jump over to the other game. So I've got to make sure there's been some changes for the Warriors at least. I've got to make sure the team sheets are up to date. Oh, I'll tell you what, for the Warriors, Umbop is on the interchange bench as well. Kickoff for Navahu Whites. Yes, I'm looking forward to that. Umbop is on the bench for the Warriors. Roosters 20 metres out from their own line on play 2. Paquetti, he's been immense since he came on. Crichton up to the 40. Good, strong carry. 2 tackles left. The Roosters are just rolling upfield now. Tedesco in at first receiver. Takes 5th and last. Cherry Evans loses it. The Sharks have been presented an opportunity. DCE with the knock on halfway. Can't get the kickoff. And the Sharks, a full set of 6 inside the Roosters half. What a gift. Oh, Trent Robinson. Imagine walking back into the sheds and facing your coach after that look. My God. Sharks with an opportunity here to send us to Golden Point, potentially. 40 metres out in midfield. Flat-footed, though. This attack, Rudolph bumped backwards. Goes again. 30 metres out. Trindall to Hines. Heads across field. Kennedy's up in the line. Can't get on the outside of Savala, who's been immense tonight. 2 tackles left. He's done great in the centres, Savala, actually. You know, for somebody who was playing 7 most of the last season. 5th and last, Trindall chips it down the middle for himself. Chasing, putting pressure on Tedesco. Tedesco's tackled in goal. And that'll be a goal line dropout for the Roosters with 7 minutes left to play. Captain's challenging coming here for the Roosters, is it? No. Oh, yes, they are. They're challenging, claiming that Tedesco was taken in the air. Oh, high contact. they're looking at, actually. High contact, perhaps. The Roosters had the challenge. Trindall's come through to put pressure on. And plugs Tedesco in the face. Challenge successful. Penalty to the Roosters. So there you go. That one was pretty clear cut. Roosters penalty right on their own goal line. Roosters finding touch, 25 out. Their own end of the field, 6.5 to play. Storm Warriors coming up after this. Siwa Wong driven back in the tackle, but then he goes forward again, just short of halfway. Here for the Roosters. White into the Sharks territory they go. Oh, stripped away by Toby Rudolph. One-on-one steal. The Sharks are still in it. Toby Rudolph with a big play. Now Wilton to the 40. Vanua Blake beats the first tackle. Takes it to the 30 in midfield. Sharks very flat-footed, though. They're exhausted. Wilton to Eero. Steps back in field. Beats one. Tackle 4. 20 metres out. Brayley goes quick, but the Sharks are so deep in attack, they're exhausted. Colquhoun. Fifth and last. 15 metres out. Midfield. Trindall heads across field. Grubbers him on the line. Played up by the Roosters. 6 more tackles. Katoa throws the ball 10 metres backwards to nobody. Kennedy gets back for it. And it's 6 more tackles for the Sharks. 30 metres out from the line. Burns to the 20. Slow play the ball. Trindall drops it off inside for Nikora. Nikora beats one. 15 metres out. Quick play the ball. Brayley. Inside ball for Hiroti. Chopped down by Radley. Great tackle. Halfway through the set here, the Sharks. Trindall heads across again. Flat pass for Kaufusi. Or Fanua Blake, rather, sorry. Stands in the tackle. 5 metres out. Burns. Flat pass for Nikora. Angling back in. Nikora taking a metre out. 5th and last for the Sharkies. Brayley goes left for Trindall. Thinks about the grubber. Through the hands. Cut out pass for Stone Street. Stone Street kicks it into the 10th row. 7 tackle set for the Roosters. They just can't execute here, the Sharks. With 4.5 to go, they might get one more crack at it. Terrible. Tupou comes back for the tap. 7 tackle set. 4 minutes to go. Nawangani Tuase up to the 40 almost on play 1. The Sharks, honestly, it needs to be studied as to how they've let this game slip so badly. Cherry Evans inside for Siwa Wong, up over halfway. Halfway through the set, Tedesco, he'll take the line on. 40 metres out. Slow play the ball from Teddy, but they don't need to rush here, the Roosters. Butcher bumps off one. 5th and last for the Roosters. Short side, Cherry Evans puts it high. Contestable ball. Kennedy comes forward for it. Batted back by the Roosters. It's play on and a try for Victor Radley. That's the game. The Roosters have run away with it in the second half. Victor the Inflictor, welcome back. $16 points behind to win by 12. What a performance. The Roosters, with 3 minutes left to play, and it's Nawangani Tuase in the air again. back for Walker. The presence of mind to give it to Radley and Victor the Inflictor with nobody in front of him. Unbelievable game. 72 tries scored, not a single tick off the multi. Incredible. So many try scorers and not a single bloody one. All right, so there's been a massive changes for the Warriors that we've got to get ready for the next one. So Cam Pereira, of course, comes into the starting squad. Cam Pereira. But he comes in at number 5 for the Warriors. Tuivasa Sheck shifts to the center. And Ali Leitawa comes in at center. All right. Chanel Harris Tavita there. Sam Healy. And Walker puts the conversion over to make it 34-22 in favor of the Roosters. A minute and a half to go. And the Sharks, in typical form for them, fall off a cliff with the game in the balance and the pressure on. Pretenders again in 2026. But then what else is new, I'm afraid? Okay, so Sam Healy moves to 14. Jacob Laban is on the bench as well. Why did they go and make all these changes? Laban, Healy, Bomoga, Stower Smith, Urumia Tawaba, and Umbop. All right. Storm vs. Warriors coming up after this one. As we've got 1 minute 10 left. The Roosters already up over halfway here on play 3. They might have more points in them here, the Roosters. 40 metres out from the line inside the last minute. Radley onto Crichton. Puts the bumpers up. Takes it to within 30. Cherry Evans in midfield. Switches direction. Kicks back down the short side. Tedesco chasing. Putting pressure on. Teddy has it. Bats it back. Savala on for Tupou. And Tupou drops it with the line wide open. Tupou would have been in for a third. The try line has gone begging there for the Roosters. And a penalty to the Sharks anyway, so the try would have been taken off them even if they did score it seems. Storm Warriors coming up. We've got to update everything and make sure we're ready because kickoff will literally be ticking over. The Sharks with the last play of the game. The pass back in field for Wilson. He's caught with the ball. And the Sharks have absolutely, once again, Amber herded the bed big time and somehow have thrown this game away. The Roosters, too good. 34-22. Storm Warriors coming up after the break. I've got to get the scoreboard and everything ready. And the multi... What's the point of putting my multi up? There's going to be like 52 tries scored and I won't get a single tick anyway, but... Let's go. Next game coming up after this. Storm Warriors. It's only a few minutes away from kickoff. We'll be right back. Wasted Water Sports crew, ahoy and welcome back. What a couple of games we've had. I've got to fix my math. But I don't know how it ends up shuffling over the... Anyway. Oh. Robert Peters says NBA is boring American rubbish. Cheers to that, my friend. I will drink to that. I will salute that. In fairness, Little Dan did used to follow the NBA. In fairness, for some reason, I had Charlotte Hornets everything. I had a Charlotte Hornets jacket. I had a Charlotte Hornets basketball. I didn't support the Charlotte Hornets. I went for the Bulls and Michael Jordan. But anyway, I digress. So. We've got the Storm versus the Warriors coming up, and I'm pretty keen to see. Everyone had Hornet stuff because that was the only stuff that didn't sell. All the other teams sold. Storm Warriors coming up next to complete this triple header here on Super Saturday. Some late changes for the Warriors. Okay, they have shuffled around big time. Not so much for the Storm. Storm look like pretty much 1 to 19 as listed. I can't see any changes there, but definitely late changes here for the Warriors. Khan Pereira comes into the starting squad. Tuivasa-Sheck shifts to centre. And on the bench in the number 22 comes Umbop. And just because I'm using such an aged reference, for those who don't know, whenever I say Umbop tonight, I am talking about the number 22 for the Warriors, Luke Hansen. Yes, I'm old. I will have old pop culture references. I apologize. Now, in fairness, that song still bangs to this day. Let's be honest about that. Michelle says, I know a guy called Luke Hansen. Is it this guy? Does he play for the Warriors? Probably not. Kickoff is just moments away, my friend over there on TikTok, whose name is not displaying for some reason. Jude, ahoy there. How about those Roosters? What an immense fight back. I did say at the halftime break, Roosters going with all the confidence and all the momentum. They might be behind by 10, but they go in with all the momentum. And, of course, they did indeed go on with the job. Melbourne Storm in this one, they have an impeccable record in recent years against the Warriors, but this is not the Melbourne Storm of old. This is not the Melbourne Storm that we've been used to in recent years. This is a team that is vulnerable. We've seen some hoodoos and some streaks broken in season 2026 so far. Could we be about, hang on, how do I say this? Could we be about to see another one? Because the Warriors have a stinker of a record against the Storm. Can they break it here tonight? Warriors out onto the field. Now, I've gone all out in this one. I've got 5 legs. I very rarely put a 5-leg multi on. Emmanuel walks with you with the super chat on YouTube. Up the Waz. Break the Storm streak over us. Cheers, my friend, for the support. Storm now led out by Harry Grant. And a great moment for, I'm assuming, some local juniors. Hand in hand out onto the field. I remember I did that once when I was playing. I forgot my kid. I mean, not my kid. I don't have any children, but the kid that I was supposed to run out onto the field with, yeah, left the poor bugger behind. It was an embarrassing moment for everyone. Thankfully, it was not anything near an occasion like this, though, with TV cameras and everything all around. No, I obviously never made it professionally. But yeah, it was quite funny. Where's your kid, Dad? I don't know. Was I supposed to have one? This game is underway. Warriors versus the Storm. Storm running right to left on the screen and have first use of it. Can the Warriors break the hoodoo? Kidney boosters. I played for the Logan City Scorpions in the Queensland Cup. Well, yeah, Queensland Rugby League. It wasn't called the Queensland Cup back then, but yeah. 30 metres out from the line here, the Storm. Halfway through their opening set. Tackle 4, just short of halfway. Storm with a good opening set. 5th and last on halfway. Down the short side for Munster. Puts this kick high. contestable ball. Storm chasing through. Pressure on Taupiki at the back. And he does extremely well to take it. 20 out from their own line here, the Warriors. Wateni Zelezniak bumps into the defense. Linton, ahoy, mate. What position did I play? I played a few across my relatively short career. So I started off at hooker because I didn't have the size of everybody else, but then I had a little bit of a growth burst and they moved me out into the centers. But then I discovered that I really, really like to eat. So I just got bigger and bigger and bigger, and I got moved closer and closer into the closer and closer in with the big boys. And then I started playing rugby union, so none of it mattered. And in rugby union, I was one of the big boppers up. I was one of the big piggies up front. Prop, loose head prop. The Warriors spill the ball here on halfway. Melbourne Storm will get back in possession. So I've loaded up here. 5-leg, same game multi. Will Warbrick, Suafalongo, Wateni Zelezniak, my man Joe Chan, and Leka the Wrecker, Halasima. Storm go on the attack, though. 40 metres out. Munster plays it. Here's Cooper Clark standing in the tackle, driven backwards. And an early kick here from Harry Grant. Falongo, rather, trying to chase through, is bumped off the ball. And it's a penalty right out in front. The Melbourne Storm have caught the Warriors napping at the back. Obstructing the kick chase is the call, and it's quite blatant. I don't know why they would even consider challenging. It was very, very blatant there from Fisher Harris. Kidney Booster says, I went from halfback to second row to nosebleed. It happens. Penalty here for the Storm early on. Did they take the 2? Take the 2. Take the 2. Take the 2. Early points, right? Yes, they're taking the 2. Nicholas Meaney steps up. You know, every time I talk about Nick Meaney to non-rugby league followers, they think I'm joking. They think it's one of my gag nicknames that I have for people. But no, that's his actual name. Nick Meaney lining this one up from right in front, basically 10 meters out. It is a simple shot at goal. And he puts it down the middle. Nicholas Meaney and Melbourne lead this one 2-0. Fisher Harris questioning the referee again, that call. King Jean, 97, ahoy mates. I still can't wait for Luke Hansen to get on the field. Just in case anybody's following along and is going to get very confused later on when Luke Hansen comes onto the field and I start calling him Umbop. I'll just let you know now that that is who I'm talking about. Umbop Hansen. Main stretch, ahoy mate. Harry Grant, the double pump to Cooper Clark. Hughes in midfield onto Chan, who's picked up and driven back in the 3-man tackle. We've been talking about my underrated 13. Joe Chan is in there. What a beast he is, but he was given a teaching to on that occasion. Hughes now, 5th and last. They're going to run from their own 40 here, the Storm. Into space. Now, down the right edge. Warbrick steps back in field. He's shown the sideline, and the Warriors shut it down. From their own 40, running the ball on the 5th and last and very nearly pulling it off. 6 minutes gone, 2-0, Melbourne leads. Oh, now, how do I pronounce this name? It is spelt WH, but if I'm not mistaken, and, you know, it's going to be insulting to my Kiwi heritage, that side of my family, that I get this wrong. I know it's spelt WH, but it's pronounced differently, isn't it? It's pronounced like Bungaree, something like that. Bungaree 101. I apologize to that whole side of my family that I balls that up. 6 again here for the Warriors on their own 40. 7 minutes gone. I nailed it. Yes. Oh, they're going to be very pleased with me then. Fisher Harris up over halfway. Backs into the defense. 40 out from the Storm line. Here's Tanner Boyd. Nice ball there for Niokore. 30 out. Halfway through the set here, the Warriors building nicely. Jackson Ford up to the 20. Harry Grant has a second attempt. Lucky to not give away a 6 again there. Boyd drops it off for Fisher Harris. Keeps it alive for Regan. Ford now. Right they shift. Talpicky tries to put the step on. 15 meters out. Boyd now in midfield. The crossfield kick. He's going to land at 5 meters out. Batted back by Tuivasa-Sheck. And it falls for the Storm. 5 out from their own line. Oh, this is going to be a crazy old game, isn't it? I loaded up on a same-game multi. I've got 5 legs. 5 legs is absolute pure insanity. But I'm here for it. Meany from dummy half brings it outside the red zone here for the Storm. 8 minutes gone, 2-0. Just the penalty goal. Uitikimanu almost up to the 40. Halfway through the set. Now Grant goes from dummy half, finds some space. Beautiful short ball to Chan. And Joe Chan can't hold on. Warriors come away with it on 0 tackle. And I feel like this is my fault because I talked up Joe Chan in the pregame. And with his 2 touches, he's been driven back 10 meters in a tackle. And now he's dropped the ball on his second effort. Totally my fault. Set restart here for the Warriors. Clark. What a beast he is, Erin Clark. Talk about your all-time underrated 13s. Erin Clark is definitely in the conversation. Jackson Ford now. Straight ahead. 20 meters out, the Warriors. Tackle 2. Building nicely. Poor play the ball. Lucky to get away with that one. Near Corday now to the line. Held up 15 meters out. Just to the right of the post. Boyd in midfield. Shows it inside. Goes to Fisher Harris. Out the back for Harris Tavita. 10 meters out here on play 3. Back into midfield. Clark for Boyd. Out the back for Talpicky. Dummy. Steps back in field. Beats the first tackle. He's heading across field. And he's brought down 10 meters out in front of the post. 5th and last. Boyd. Short ball for Niokore. And now it goes on for Leitaua. And he powers his way across the line. Ali Leitaua scores the first try of the game. Ali Leitaua puts the Warriors ahead. Four points to 2. Kick to come. The mistake on halfway from Joe Chan. Punished. Quick hands from Boyd to Niokore. And Leitaua had no right to score that. He had 3 defenders on him and he still powers his way to the line. Larrens says if that was CNK, he would never get there. Emmanuel walks with you. Thank you very much for the super chat on YouTube. Try time. Cheers, mate. Very much appreciate it. Tanner Boyd, about 10 meters in from the sideline. 68% this season. That's actually not very good. But it's going to hit the post. It shaves the post and goes through. Tanner Boyd with the conversion. And the Warriors lead their 6 points to 2. Streaks are made for breaking, right? Look at The Undertaker, WrestleMania. King Gene says, I can't tell if it's going to be a high-scoring game or a low-scoring game. It's still pretty early to tell, isn't it, mate? Still pretty early to tell. We've got a long way to go in this one. Storm get us back underway, and the kick is very close to the sideline. Jackson Ford takes the hit up here for the Warriors. 15 out from their own line. Kidney Booster said Taker had the longest streak. Yes, indeed. Burberger. Ahoy, mate. What were the odds on the at the TAB? For my multi or for the Warriors in this game? Warriors were rank outsiders. I don't know the exact amount, but that would have been a couple of bucks at least. Definitely more than that. I think Storm were like $1.40. Warriors were like $2.30. My multi is going to be like a ridiculous payout. I've just gone crazy with it. Fifth and last, Warriors kick downfield. Falongo's under it, takes it 10 out from his own line and links up with Meaney for the hit up. And Meaney will take it to ground, still inside their own 20. Yeah, I've gone 5 legs in my same game multi, which is insanity, but I love a good insane same game multi. Laren says Tane needs to take the kicks. Boyd's likely to miss right in front. Early kick here from the Storm. Munster on play 4. Finds space in behind. Taupiki gets a bad bounce, but he comes forward, attacks the ball, and slides and picks it up. Fantastic effort there from Tane Taupiki. Wateni Zalesniak now with a settler. Oh, a risky offload. Oh, Wateni Zalesniak. Good Lord. Heart attack stuff for the coach. As the Warriors now head across field with Camp Pereira, who'll play it just outside the red zone. Tuivasa-Sheck now, straight up the middle. A little more traditional there from the Warriors on play 3. Fisher-Harris, that's as traditional as it gets. The big prop straight up the guts. Oh, there we go. Laren says Storm were $1.36, Wars were $3.10. Okay, so I was off by about 50 cents with the Warriors. Penalty here, late in the tackle count, as late as it gets, 5th and last. And a penalty to the Warriors, not clearing the ruck. 40 meters out right in front, take the 2. They're going to put it into touch. Oh, let's get a shot of Craig Bellamy up in the coach's box. He will be having an almighty blow-up. Jackson Ford with the settler here off the penalty. 20 meters out. The Warriors building nicely. Boyd onto Fisher-Harris. Into the red zone. Short side. Harris to Vida. The double pump back for Tuivasa-Sheck, who heads across field. Now he straightens. 10 meters out right in front of the post. Clark, flat pass for Ford. Ford, half a meter out on the crash ball. 2 tackles left here for the Warriors. Pressure on the Storm. Crash ball again for Niokore. And Niokore barrows over. The Warriors are up 10 points to 2 with the kick to come. Try for Murata Niokore. Oh, this is... Wow. Okay. Nobody get too excited too early. Whoops. Aaron Clark went up as the try scorer. I apologize. Okay, let's not get overexcited just yet. 10 points to 2. The kick to come. The Warriors are just steamrolling the Storm at the moment. Neokore. He has been blistering to start this game. And he comes up with a try. Once again, I've got 5 anytime try scorers in my SGM and not a single bloody tick to speak of yet. £10 to 2, the kick to come. Tanner Boyd, 10 to the right of the post. Taking his time with the conversion attempt. Boyd moves in, strikes it on target. It's through. Oh, do you dare to dream? Warriors supporters, do you dare to believe the streak could be broken? Busted before our very eyes. 12-2, they lead. 23 minutes to go in the opening half. Oh, Craig Bellamy. Oh, dear. King Gene says everyone has DWZ and Warbrick. Next try, hopefully. Storm get us back underway. Falongo kickoff goes close to the sideline again. Jackson Ford with the hit up. Centers the play. Loses the ball. Harry Grant picks it up and gives it to Joe Chan. What an almighty let-off here for the Storm. 5 meters out in midfield. Chan with a slow play of the ball. Set restart. Grant inside for a Tikimanu. Stands in the tackle. 5 meters out. 6 again. Inside the 10 this time. What a big mistake from Jackson Ford. Hughes to Falongo. Steps back in field. Tackled just to the right of the post. 10 meters out. Grant fires it left. Chan at first receiver. To Munster. Short ball for Clark. Beats one. Cooper Clark still going. Spins out of contact. And Cooper Clark scores. Some poor goal line defense. And Melbourne hits straight back. Cooper Clark with the try. From the kickoff, Jackson Ford spills the ball. Melbourne, no matter what state they're in terms of their squad, in terms of how they're travelling, you do not give invitations like that to the Melbourne Storm in Melbourne. And they've made them pay. The mistake from the kickoff, Jackson Ford. Cooper Clark, 1, 2, 3, 5 Warriors defenders on him. And he powers his way through. That's embarrassing. That is embarrassing. 5 Warriors all over him, and he still powers his way through. Cooper Clark. Try confirmed. 12-6 kick to come. Simple conversion incoming here for Meaney as well. 5 to the left of the post. Favourite side for a right-footed kicker. Puts it right down the middle. It was never in doubt. Never in doubt, Nicholas Meaney. 12 points to 8. 19 minutes gone in this one. That was really disappointing there for the Warriors. Coughing the ball up from the kickoff. I mean, you can't make mistakes like that against anybody, let alone the Melbourne Storm, even if they are decimated with injury. Inexperience all over the park. They'll still make you pay. Kickoff. KB says if you go on the NRL app and go to the Storm team list, Cooper Clark is 0 years old. Well, that's pretty impressive. He's got an NRL try before he's even born. I've got to have a look at this. That's hilarious. And it sounds like exactly the kind of mistake that the NRL website would make. Jerome Hughes kicks early, kicks deep. Wateni Zalesniak gets back for it. It sits up in the end goal. And he gets back into the field of play easily. Warriors under the pump, though. Short side, Taupiki finds space. Brings it outside the 20. Tower driven back in the tackle. Oh, big defense here from the Storm. All the momentum is their way suddenly. Well, not suddenly. We all saw how it happened, but now staying down in the contact is Khan Pereira, holding the back of his neck, hoping for a penalty. KB says that he's also 0 centimeters tall and 0 kilograms, born today. Oh, well, at least he wasn't born yesterday. Sometimes I say things just to crack myself up. It's all good. Fisher Harris takes the run out to the 30. Fifth and last. Only 30 metres off that set for the Warriors. Boyd puts the kick down. Taken on the full by Faulongo on his own 20. And Sua winds up. Tackled just short of the 40-metre line on the kick return. Oh, huge contact on Warbrick. He was rattled there by Halasima and Harris Tavita. Howarth up over halfway. Hughes to Munster at pace. Dummies. Takes the line on. Munster stands in the tackle. Let's play 4. Short side. Nope. Grant dummies. Flick pass back from Munster. Hughes. Cut out pass for Howarth out on the right edge. Puts the fend on Tuivasa-Sheck. RTS comes back at him. And Howarth brings it into the 20. Fifth and last. Hughes puts the high ball up. He's going to land it right on the goal line. Taupiki. Warbrick takes it above his head. And the Warriors swarm and hold him up half a metre out from the line. They were happy to let him take the high ball. Game of Mel, 1 from 3 off your same game multi-tick. Nice. So who was that? Sorry, that would have been not Cooper Clark, surely. Oh, wait, hang on. Did you have Cooper Clark? That is the most random pick and well bloody done. If that was your tick. Warriors on play 4. 30 metres out from their own line from dummy half. A crazy flick pass back in field for Fisher Harris. Now Boyd to Ford in midfield. Ford gets up, goes again, gets the offload for Niokore as they shift left to right. Fifth and last, 40 metres out from their own line. Back to Harris Tavita, who gets tangled up with his own teammate. Puts the kick down to Warbrick. And Warbrick, in great field position, is able to bring this out to the 40. Game of Mel. Yes, Cooper Clark. Okay, obviously you were right, but I'm so curious to know as to why you put him in. That is just like crazy genius. That's like Game of Mel's crazy, and Game of Mel's like crazy like a fox. 40 metres out from the line here, the Storm building nicely. 12-8. The Warriors lead. Utiki Manu at first receiver for some ungodly reason. To Munster. And now Clark gets the late offload back from Munster. Beats one. Gets the pass to Grant. Inside the 20. Offloads for Utiki Manu. Has the arms free. Gets it back for Grant. Meany. Numbers to Burnout to the right. 72 on 1. They must score here, the Storm. Faulongo to Howarth. And Jack Howarth will score. Big numbers. And they make them pay. We're all locked up. Keeping the ball alive. Howarth will score. 12 apiece with the kick to come. The Storm just keep the ball alive, put it through the hands An almighty overlap out to the right, and they took advantage. Just the Warriors failing to put them to the deck, failing to wrap the ball up, keeping the ball alive. Meaney does well to sum it up, and then when Hughes got the ball in his hands, it was all over. Four on one out to the right. Numbers out the wazoo. Storm hit back. Try for Howarth on the right flank. 12 apiece. Kick to come. First ever try against the Warriors for Jack Howarth. There's a stat. Nick Meaney from the sideline to put the Storm ahead for the first time tonight. Well, actually, no. They were up 2-0 with the penalty goal. To put the Storm back in front. Meaney strikes it, starts it out to the right. It's bending back. It bends back right down the middle. Nicholas Meaney with the conversion. 14 points to 12. The Storm are up. Security toot toot says, let's go Storms. Mally says, Warriors Nation, let's go lads, reset. And reset, they absolutely need to. After racing out to an early lead, the Warriors just dropping off the pace a little bit. Hughes takes the kickoff with Tikamanu with the head up. 15 minutes to go till the halftime break. 14 points to 12. Back to the mark to play it, says the referee. Kane, King, you made 580 off $100 when the Bulldogs won. Very nice, mate. Very nice. Clark, the try scorer. Well, one of the try scorers, not the most recent one. Brings it up outside the 30 here for the Storm. Caleb Clark and Jack Howarth. Jack Howarth, not really surprising, but some interesting try scorers here tonight. Sua Falongo up to halfway. Takes the fifth and last. Grant scoops it up. Double pumps to Hughes. Hughes from halfway. Not a lot of distance on this contestable ball, though. Moving forward to take it is Cam Pereira. That is a hell of a take from Cam Pereira. Ben Lanta. Good night, my friend. PNG man. I am so looking forward to my PNG brothers and sisters having a team in the competition and joining us here on the streams. It's going to be so much fun. Up over halfway now, the Warriors. Harris Tavita plays it quickly. 2 tackles left. Egan, short side. Onto Telpicki. Fifth and last, 40 metres out. Boyd puts this one high. Balongo gets across to take it. 10 out from his own line. The Dogs enthusiast says, need this multi to get up. Otherwise, I'm eating beans for dinner for the next month. Obviously, he's only joking, but yes, absolutely. Do not bet more than you can justify. That's our advice for everybody out there. Gamer Mel says, Dan, can you try and jinx Aaron Clark? Oh, I can try, but I feel like he might be unjinxable. He's an absolute beast. I mean, maybe going up against the might of the Melbourne Storm could bring out the worst in him. That's the best I've got for you, Gamer Mel. I'm sorry. Kick downfield taken by Taupiki. And the Warriors back in possession here on their own 20. 12 minutes to go till the halftime break. Melbourne up by 2. Wateni Zelezniak taken down, 40 out. Big defense from the Storm in midfield, but the Warriors up over halfway. Stowers Smith with a good carry. 40 metres out from the Storm line now. Fifth and last, Boyd down the short side, puts it high. Pressuring Faulongo again. Sewer will take it 10 out from his own line. Good kick chase from Valmoga. But what a take from Faulongo. Storm back in possession. Yeah, Aaron Clark has started really, really well. Game of Mel, so. And a penalty now for the Storm. Piggyback upfield. High contact. Off the back of the penalty now, the Storm wind up inside the Warriors half. Hughes, short ball is lost forward by Chan again. Scooped up by Taupiki. Oh, Joe Chan, I'm so sorry. This is my fault. I talked him up so much in the pregame. And now a penalty to the Warriors. High contact on Cam Pereira. Rena, thank you very much for the heart me over there on TikTok. Very much appreciate it. A cheers to you. Our first gift of the stream. Oh, that is a soft penalty to give away there for the Storm. 10 minutes to go till the break. Warriors finally touch 40 metres out. Stowers Smith up the middle. Inside the last 10. Egan goes left. Through the hands now. Harris Tavita to Tuivasa-Sheck, who beats one. Steps back in field. 10 metres out now on play 3. Building up here, the Warriors. Set restart. Harris Tavita to Valmoga in midfield. 10 metres out. That's tackle 1. Egan goes short side, crash ball for Jackson Ford. Ford will set it up. 5 metres out, just to the left of the post. Egan, out the back it goes for Harris Tavita. Steps and he's brought down. Try-saving tackle from Howarth. Boyd, cut out pass to nobody, but it sits up for Watene Zalesniak. And Watene Zalesniak will score. The most unlikely of tries. Tanner Boyd has thrown the pass. It's gone to ground and it's bounced about 10 metres across field and pops up into the chest of DWZ. Watene Zalesniak gets the first tick off our multi. A try for the Warriors and puts them back in the lead. That is the worst pass you will ever see from a halfback ever, and it's produced a try assist. That is craziness. Try for the Warriors. Prayer Warrior Training 2023. Sure, Cuzzy Dan, what you sipping on? My go-to, my friend Captain Morgan's OG spiced rum. Larens says that right there just shows how bad the Storm are going this season. That is the arsiest try you'll ever see. I'm sorry. That was the worst pass ever from Tanner Boyd. It bounces underneath. It actually bounced under the hands of 2 Storm defenders. It hit the deck, bounced under 2 Storm defenders' arms, and bounces up into the chest of Watene Zalesniak. Tanner Boyd, about 10 to the right of the posts. Strikes it off to the left, and it stays off to the left. 16-14, the Warriors lead. Tanner Boyd, I'll tell you what, this 68% kicking percentage could come back to haunt the Warriors. Another misconversion. Seven and a half to go until the halftime break. Oh, I thought the game got back underway, but it was just a seagull. Now we're underway. Sua Falongo sends it deep. Rena. Rena. Thank you very much for the Go Popular on TikTok. Another gift. Thank you so much. Big carry by Halasima, but then he spills the ball. Penalty, Warriors. An illegal strip. Too many in the tackle, and the Warriors are pumped up here. Halasima. 2 in the tackle, and the ball is stripped out. Warriors find touch on halfway. They can reload here. Laban on the field. Takes the first carry to the 40. Can the Warriors jag some more points here? Set restart on play 1. Ford in midfield. 35 out. Building. Egan, dummies left, comes right for Taupiki. Ducks under one tackle. Just short of the 20-metre line. Warriors have dominated this first half, really. They deserve to go into the break with the lead. Valmoga, 10 metres out in midfield. Front foot ball. Numbers left. Boyd with the short ball. Lost forward. Halasima, I think it was, just needed to take the pass, and he was in. And it would have been tick number 2 off the multi. Oh, that would have been tick number 2. Boyd with the short ball. Couldn't quite hold on. Storm off the hook. Scrum down 10 metres out from their own line. The Storm. Hughes feeds it. And they go left for Howarth. Brought to ground 15 out. Ah, Halasima. That was tick number 2. And guaranteed this is exactly what it feels like to be a coach as well. That was painful. Anyway, the Storm on the back foot here. Hughes as they shift right. Falongo. Dummies. Gets up over the 40. Brought down on halfway. 2 tackles left. Hughes. Dummies. Takes the line on. And he's brought down 5th and last. Just inside the Warriors' half. Grant to Munster. Runs 10 metres. Then puts it high. Contestable ball. Witeni Zalesniak forward. And takes it on his own 20. 4.5 to go to the break. Warriors back in possession. Witeni Zalesniak comfortable under the high ball. And a penalty now to the Warriors, is it? Yes, it is. Penalty to the Warriors. High tackle on Taupiki. Oh, yeah, Trent Liero. Shoulder to the face. He's kind of renowned for that, isn't he, Trent Liero? Gets a little high into contact and, yeah, shoulder straight to the face. Trent Liero on report, not for the first time, not for the last time. Oh, Craig Bellamy. Oh, boy. I would not want to be the Melbourne Storm players going into the changing room to face that at the halftime break. That is one furious, furious-looking little man up in the coach's box. 4 minutes to go until the break. Warriors up to halfway off the back of the penalty. Boyd to Stowers Smith on the short ball. 40 metres out now. Storm under pressure. Boyd, flat pass. for Laban. 30 metres out. Halfway through the set. Plenty of opportunity here. Talpicki, he's fine after that hit. 20 metres out over on this right edge. Egan to Boyd. Drops it off inside there for Valmoga. Late offload. Back for Harris Tavita. Beats one. And he's brought down 20 metres out. Fifth and last. Short side for Boyd. Kick in here for the contest in the air. Warbrick takes it. And Warbrick gets away up over the 20-metre line. Yeah, you don't test Warbrick with the high ball. Go the other side of the field is my suggestion. You're not going to win that one. Not against Big Will Warbrick. Storm back into midfield. Howarth takes a carry. Get gooder. Golf says one more before half would be good for the Warriors. Certainly would be, and I feel like they deserve it. They've dominated this first half for the most part. Hughes out the back for Munster. Shape out to the left. And great defense from Harris Tavita and Witeni Zalesniak on halfway. Shutting that play down. Fifth and last. Munster now puts a spiraling bomb up. It's going to bounce in midfield. Could go anywhere. Goes straight up. Batted back by the Storm. And into the arms of Halasima. Warriors 30 out from their own line with the ball. And it's just not going for the Storm this year. Khan Pereira up to halfway. The Warriors are well and truly up for this fight. Stowers Smith with a minute and a half left in this opening 40. Goes to ground just inside Storm territory. Egan. Inside ball to Valmoga. Quick hands now. 35 out, fifth and last. Harris Tavita plays it. They stay short side for Boyd. Puts the high ball up. A tester for Faulongo. And Sewer comes through with flying colours. But we got a penalty to the Warriors. I'm assuming it's for an escort at the moment, but we'll see what it is officially. Boyd puts the kick up. And it is an escort against, looks like it might have been Harry Grant there. Escorting the Warriors kick chase off the ball. Blatant penalty there. And inside the last minute before halftime, presumably they will take the two here. You would think. 25 metres out, about 10 in from touch on that left edge. Oh, Craig Bellamy is fuming. He doesn't look angry, but that's... The silence is deafening, as they say. Tanner Boyd steps up to take this shot to put the Warriors up by 4 at the halftime break. Boyd moves in, strikes it on target, puts it down the middle. And the Warriors lead 18 points to 14 at the break. And if I'm the Melbourne Storm, oh, they know what they're in for. They know what they're in for. That look on Craig Bellamy's face, the lack of emotion, the lack of reaction, they are in for an absolute bollocking and a half. At the break. You just know it. And the Warriors absolutely deserved their lead at the halftime break. 100%. They were clearly the better of the two teams. I don't think anybody, even the most ingrained Melbourne Storm fan, I don't think can question that the Warriors deserve every little piece of that lead at the break. This is not the Melbourne Storm that we're used to. Interesting second half coming up. Lazar says Craig turns into Red Hulk. Don't know exactly what that means, but presumably a pop culture reference to the Hulk. Obviously, the Green Hulk. I don't know what the Red Hulk is, but yeah, that's just me. I apologize, Lazza. Not really big on the superhero movies. So. I'm assuming it just means that Craig, very, very angry. That's my assumption. Ngax. Am I saying that correctly? How would I say? Okay. I want to see if I can say this in one word. Ngaks. Oh, okay, it is Ngax. I won't try and work it out too thoroughly then. I thought it might have been like Nyaks. Thought it might have been some trickery with the name there. Or a silent letter as well. Maybe there's like a silent G. Nax. Nyaks. But anyway, Ngax, 24. Best commentator out there. Who? Me? Oh, God bless you, sir. I'll drink to that. I actually think I'm terrible. I'm just different. But different is good. Lazar says Red Hulk was the arch rival to Green Hulk in Marvel. So kind of like an alter ego sort of thing. I understand. Laren says, surprised there aren't more six agains with how slow the Storm are getting off the Waz players at the ruck. Well, this is one of the inconsistencies of the game, isn't it? There's no set rule as to how long you can stay on a player in the play the ball. It depends on... And it changes during the game, even. It changes from set to set, depending on momentum, depending on game situation, depending on a lot of things. This is one of the problems with the game, isn't it? When it's up for human interpretation, you get inconsistencies, and we're never going to be able to fix that, ever. And the answer is not technology either. It's really not. I could actually do an entire video series, and I'm pretty sure that somebody already does. I think there's somebody on TikTok who actually does it. The number of times that the amount of hours during a day that I waste arguing with ChatGPT when it is clearly wrong and it is trying to gaslight me into thinking I'm the one who's wrong. So technology is not necessarily the answer either, because technology can be wrong, just like humans. But yeah, I know what you mean. It changes all the time, doesn't it? It depends on the referee. It depends on the game situation. Depends on a lot of things. And there's no real answer. So honestly, there's no real answer. We just have to cop it. Honestly, if they brought AI technology in, I'm pretty sure we'd all be complaining about that too. And I'm not saying you're complaining, Lawrence, sorry. I'm not saying that you were complaining with that statement. You were just raising a statement. I'm just speaking in general. We would all still find something to complain about, even if they brought technology into things. Laren says Fox Lead needs to sign you with that accurate answer. I'm sorry, I could never work for Fox because I would never glaze over Reece Walsh. Reece Walsh is a good player, don't get me wrong. This is what I always say to people. Don't misinterpret. When I say overrated, severely overrated, I'm not saying crap. I'm just saying he's extremely overrated. It is kind of like part of the contract. It's a condition of the contract of Fox Media that you must glaze Reece Walsh like he's the greatest player ever. He's not. And I would never do that. Hence why I would never work for Fox Sports. I'm not saying that he's terrible. He's obviously a good player. Is he the best player ever? No. Is he the best player in the league right now? No. Is he the best player in the Broncos right now? No. And I would not ever say anything different. So yes, I appreciate it, Lawrence, but yeah, I would never be able to work for Fox League. I'm sorry. They wouldn't be able to handle me. Oh, Oh, geez. I didn't put Wateni Zalesniak in as try scorer. Sorry. Let's do that right now. I said, let's do that right now. There we go. Wateni Zalesniak, try scorer. Thank you, King, for that. See, I could also never work the production desk at Fox Sports. Also, the other thing, forget about the Reece Walsh glazing. The other thing, they wouldn't let me drink. I'll tell you what, though, I would have a lot of fun on some of these broadcasts with Fox has obviously got Matty Johns. Channel 9's got Joey Johns. I reckon I could have some fun with the Johns boys. Oh, boy. Boy, would there be some stories to tell. First, I had Aaron Clark as a try scorer. Well, you know, that was actually on purpose, Larens, because I'm only joking, by the way. I'm just trying to cover myself. Gamer Mel in the YouTube chat. Waste to World of Sports, by the way, is live on YouTube, live on Twitch, live on TikTok. So there's a few different platforms that you can choose to come and join us. That was actually like a jinx, like a positive jinx, because Gamer Mel needs Aaron Clark for her same game multi. I jinxed her all the way to winning the same game multi in the last game, Sharks Roosters. So I'm trying again. Michelle says, Dan, can you jinx all my anytime try scorers? No. No. You go for the Broncos, so you can go to hell. Laren says, who was your player of the half? Ooh. Good question. Good question. Nia Corey was pretty immense. I know that's probably, that might be a controversial statement to some, because I'm actually looking in the YouTube chat room right now, and ARW has said Nia Corey can go to the Knights now, to be honest. Big lazy bugger. Love him, though. He was almost the Warriors' best in that first half, wasn't he? Flaxmere. A flaxmere sounds like some sort of medical procedure. Flaxmere 879. Is this the score right now? Yes, it is. 18 points to 14 at the break in favour of the Warriors. Number one, Liverpool fan. Who do I think is going to win the grand final? Oh, it's still the Panthers for me. It's still the Panthers for me. I still think the Panthers... yeah, honestly, I think the Panthers put the Q in the rack against the Bulldogs. Bulldogs had everything to play for their season, whereas the Panthers were going to be on top no matter what. And I think they held some cards close to their chest in that one. I really do. ARW says Flaxmere is a Porhara township in Hastings, New Zealand. Oh, okay. It sounds like a medical procedure. You know, maybe like the male version of a pap smear. You know, the girls go in for a pap smear test. The blokes go in for a flax smear. Corey Gibbard says if the Storm lose this, they're bad fancy starting the season 2-0. Ngax 24. Who's kicking off? It would be Storm will be kicking off, I'm pretty sure. Actually, I think, yeah. I think the Warriors will get first use of it in the second half here. Larens says Joe Chan, best player for the Wars in the first half. I blame myself for that one. That one is all on me. Yep, I talked up Joe Chan in the pregame. I talked him up. Joe Chan, we were talking about an underrated top 13, and I had Joe Chan in there, and he has been abysmal. I blame myself for that one. I apologise to all Melbourne Storm supporters. YK1NZ, Aaron Clark, any good runs? Aaron Clark has been immense all game. Yes. Linking up well around the ruck too. So. Bags, BWYMT52. Who's your top 4 prediction at the moment? Still the Panthers, miles ahead of anybody, despite that little hiccup on Thursday night. So I think top 4, Panthers. I'm second-guessing Storm now. I would have had them in there. I had the Roosters in my top 4 to start the season. They're starting to click into gear. Yeah, top 4, Panthers. I think the Roosters will sneak in. Broncos should. I mean, they're in trouble at the moment, the Broncos, but they should finish top 4, considering they get more home games than anybody in the comp. That should see them through, injuries or not. So Panthers, Roosters, Broncos. Can I say Tigers? I would love to see the Tigers in the top 4. How good would that be? Cowboys are a chance as well, yeah. Cowboys have turned their season around like that. Anyway, teams coming out for the second half. 18 points to 14. The Warriors in the lead. Daddy Shuntars says, I want to see you in the top 4. Well, I'd be useless, mate. I'd be bundled out in straight sets. I would just be taking up a space. 18-14 at the break in favour of the Warriors. Teams back out for the second half. Craig Bellamy would have given them an absolute bollocking at the halftime break. Let's see how they respond. Storm will be kicking off, running left to right. Warriors receiving right to left. Emmanuel walks with you, says Benji is good people and done well this year. His positive attitude. And they've got a great squad too, the Tigers. Obviously, it just took them a little bit of time to click into gear. Big game this weekend for them, though. Got to get the win. Referee blows the whistle. Second half underway. Warriors to receive, running right to left. And it's Taupiki who takes the kickoff, and Stowers Smith flying from the back fence. Brings it out to the 20. And a good start to the second half. Stowers Smith showing intent, showing purpose. 25 metres out from their own line. Ford backs into the defence, takes it up to the 40. This is a great set to start so far for the Warriors. Valmoga gets the arms free, offloads for Boyd. Space out to the right. But Meany jams in and shuts it down. Warriors on the 40. Valmoga up to halfway. Fifth and last. That was a good set of 6. Harris Tavita puts the kick down. Taken on the full by Warbrick at the back. Warbrick will bring it out to the 20 and settle it in midfield here for the Storm. Penalty to Melbourne. The Warriors, as they were chasing through to put quick kick pressure on, have attacked Jerome Hughes in the back, is the call. A push in the back. Pretty blatant, I'm afraid. Leka Halasima, a little inexperienced there. Taking out Jerome Hughes, completely unnecessary. Melbourne, fine touch on halfway. Here's Chan, driven back in the tackle again. Okay, I am never going to say a kind word about Joe Chan ever again. Celia, thank you very much for the rose. And now Joe Chan has lost it in the play the ball. Tackle one. Joe Chan is having a nightmare. I talked him up all pre-game, and now he is the worst player in the competition suddenly. Celia, thank you very much for the rose. Oh, God. Celia, how's the hubby doing? Supporting the Melbourne Storm here in this one. Well, both of you, obviously, but, you know, him most importantly. The Storm are really, really testing the Storm supporters at the moment. 40 out from the line. Set restart here for the Warriors. G sends an ice cube. Thank you very much for that. And Celia with another 2 roses. Warriors spill the ball. Penalty for an illegal steal. Egan taps and goes. Munster's offside. Has to step back. Warriors 10 meters out. Celia, thank you very much for another 7 roses. Jackson Ford in midfield almost has this ball raked free. 3 minutes into the second half. Set restart here for the Warriors. 2 meters out from the line. Egan, dummies, goes on his own. Held up just a couple of meters out. Slow play the ball. From dummy half, Valmolga burrows under. Does he get it to ground? It's going up as no try. Oh, actually, Dimitri Valmolga, he doesn't even care. Dimitri's running back to the 10 to play the ball. He knows he hasn't scored it. He's racing back to the 10. How can I? Salamat, Celia, and hubby for the roses. No try, of course, and Dimitri Valmoga, he knew it as well. He was already back at the 10, ready to play the ball. Stowers Smith with the crash ball. Held up a couple of meters out. Halfway through the set, Egan, the crash ball. Valmoga goes again. A meter out. Egan, loose pass out the back. Boyd to Harris Tavita. Numbers left. Tuivasa-Sheck goes straight through. Tuivasa-Sheck plants it down. The Warriors have scored. 22 points to 14. The kick to come. RTS in the centres. Oh, Craig Bellamy is fuming in the coach's box. Loose ball from the Warriors. Where were the numbers for the Storm? Poor defense. And Tuivasa-Sheck goes through a huge gap. 22-14 kick to come. What a start to the second half. Emmanuel walks with you. Says, yes, that's my multi with a super chat on YouTube. Thank you so much, Emmanuel. Cheers, mate. There's your multi. Got it all ticked off. Nicely done. 5 minutes into the second half. Warriors 22-14. The kick to come. Tanner Boyd lining this one up. 3 from 4 tonight. 10 in from touch on the left edge. It shaves the near upright, but importantly, It goes through, and it is 24 points to 14. Boyd with the conversion. Oh, dear. The Melbourne Storm. Oh, Craig Bellamy. The look on that face. For the first time ever in his career, he is searching for answers. The Big Pelican says, Waz are back. Now trade that Luke Metcalf and go back to a sane team. Go back to the same team, I'm assuming. Oh, Tuivasa-Sheck scored, yes. Once again, I have forgot to... Oh, God. Okay. That's the wrong guy. Tuivasa-Sheck scored. Jeez. I'm doing good tonight, aren't I? Warriors are now steamrolling upfield. They're into Melbourne's territory. Tuivasa-Sheck is in as number 3. Yeah, number 3 on the team sheet. There we go. Tuivasa-Sheck with the try. Boyd from 40 metres out puts it high. Contestable kick lost forward by the Storm. 6 more tackles for the Warriors. Watene Zelezniak scoops it up. It's 6 again. 20 metres out from the line. What is going on? What are we witnessing? For so many years, we have been calling the potential demise of the Melbourne Storm. Are we witnessing it at last before our very eyes? Egan, dummies, takes the line on. Harris Tavita to Val Moga in midfield. Stour Smith now from a standing start. Egan to Ford. Jackson Ford crashes over. He reaches out and plants it down. Oh, was he held? Try's been awarded. Jackson Ford. The try has been awarded, but they will have a look. At the moment, it's a try for Jackson Ford. Crashing over. 1 out from the ruck. Egan with the double pump draws in Harry Grant. Oh, he keeps his arm up, but slides to the line. Oh, this is going to be an interesting call. Liero's copped him high anyway. That's a try. I reckon that's a try. Jackson Ford making up for that early mistake. The Warriors might have just extended here. Is he short initially? Does the elbow hit the deck? Well, the ball hits the deck. He kind of slides across. I don't think he makes a second effort here, Jackson Ford. I don't think he makes a second effort to promote the ball. Oh, this is going to be a huge, huge call. This is a monster of a call. Huge in the context of the game. I haven't put it on yet for mine. Has he promoted the ball? Try is confirmed! Jackson Ford's been given the try. 28-14, kick to come. It's been awarded. Emmanuel walks with you. Thank you very much for the super chat on YouTube. Up the waz. As we get a A look at Joe Chan there on the sideline. Conversion successful. And the Warriors lead 30 points to 14. Oh, Primrose, thank you very much for the heart me on TikTok. A cheeky little gift while I was in the other room. Very much appreciate that. Cheers. Scrappy play the ball there from Ford. Oh, who have we got there with a heart me as well on TikTok? TT Mad Fam. Thank you very much, my friends. Cheers. Fifth and last for the Warriors. Tough going that set. Boyd from inside the 40. Taken on the full by Falongo. 10 minutes gone in the second half. Plenty of time left in the game. Like we've already seen from the games so far this round, anything can still happen, but there's a long way back here for the Storm. Reed Nichols, ahoy, mates. Go Warriors. It's the Storm now, up over halfway. Warbrick. Hit hard in the tackle. Grant now in field for Munster. Hughes shows it inside. Now goes on the outside for Howarth. 1-on-1. Bumps off the tackle of Khan Pereira and takes it inside the 20. Fifth and last for the Storm, front foot ball. Hughes back in field for Warbrick. Keeps it alive for Wishart. Spins out of the contact. Back for Hughes in midfield. Grant with the crossfield kick. It's a stinker. Wateni Zalesniak takes it easily in goal. 7 tackle set for the Warriors. The Storm are falling apart. Stinker of a kick there from Harry Grant. Dale Vanderstar, ahoy mates. What you sipping on, legend? OG, Captain Morgan, spiced. Oh, Bellamy's up and he's off the back. He's off out the back of the coach's box. He's blown up. Craig Bellamy has left the room. How Picky with a good run up the middle. Play 4. 30 metres out. Front foot ball for the Warriors. Tuivasa-Sheck in and away on Howarth. Howarth brings him down. 15 metres out on this left edge. Harris Tavita. Crossfield kick. He's had an eternity there to line this up. Taken by Valmoga. Keeps it alive. And the Warriors are in again. Wateni Zalesniak. The Warriors are belting the Storm here. Stop the fight. They are done. The Warriors putting on an absolute clinic here. Breaking the hoodoo. Harris Tavita had so much time to kick this. Bellamy's going to be furious. You've got to put pressure on the kicker. He had so much time to kick that ball. That is unforgivable. There was only one player racing up to put pressure on the kick. And then nobody attempted to take it. None of the Storm defenders went up for the ball. Ali Latauer takes it uncontested. Pops the pass up, and where was the defense? Wateni Zalesniak goes over untouched. 34 points to 14 with the kick to come. Emmanuel walks with you. Thank you very much for the super chat. Keep it coming, he says. Keep it coming. Tanner Boyd from the sideline. Oh, what a performance this has been from the Warriors. Boyd from out wide. Starts it out to the right. Bends it back. They can do no wrong at the moment, the Warriors. Conversion successful. They lead 36 points to 14. A. Blinken on Twitch wants to know where this performance was 2 weeks ago against the Tigers. 26 and a half minutes to go. 36 points to 14. This is incredible. Storm get us back underway. Searching for answers. Tuivasa-Sheck to Fisher-Harris. The Warriors decimating Melbourne here on their home turf. .30 out from their own line. Now Halasima with the carry. All the momentum rolling with the Warriors right here. Slow play the ball. Valmolga, he's been immense. Boyd, as they shift right, looking for space. Leitawa, just short of halfway. 2 tackles left. Dimitri Valmolga again. In beast mode tonight. Dimitri. 5th and last. Boyd from halfway, puts it high. Valongo's back there, will take it on the 10. And Sewer needs to find a miracle here for the Storm. Heads across field. Harris Tavita wraps him up. 10 meters out in midfield. Stowers Smith is off with a knee injury. For the Warriors. He was a beast when he was on. Early shift. Storm drop it. Will Warbrick spills it. And the Warriors will get a result. Melbourne have gone the early shift inside their own 20 and Warbrick drops it cold. Warriors with a full set of 6. 10 meters out. Melbourne are playing catch up with 25 minutes to go. And the errors are rolling in. Mr. Twerble says Storm are now paying $9 to win. Tempted to put a cheeky 20 on it. No, don't do it. The Warriors are about to go up 42 to 14. Scrum down 10 meters out. They go right. Harris Tavita steps back in field. Going sideways. Now he straightens. The pass bounces nicely for Tuivasa-Sheck. 10 meters out on this left edge. Harris Tavita in field for Fisher-Harris. 10 meters out just to the left of the post here. Warriors. This has been an incredible performance. Boyd drops it off inside. Laban tackle 10 out. Quick play the ball. Egan for Boyd. Numbers right. Oh, Taupiki dummies. Wateni Zalesniak was unmarked. Wateni Zalesniak would have had 3. Taupiki went on his own. 2 tackles left, though. It's still on. It's on out left this time. Valmolga switches direction. Loses it out the back for Egan. Egan dummies. 5th and last, 20 meters out. They've butchered one there, the Warriors. Wateni Zalesniak should have had a hat trick. And now Egan's hurt. Drops back to the deck. 23 and a half minutes to go. Egan, what happened here? Let's have a look. Oh, he's just sort of stubbed his boots into the turf, and we've seen that a lot this year. What's going on with the grounds, right? The grass. We've seen lots of players, like, getting their legs trapped in the turf. 5th and last, Boyd kicks high. Contestable ball down the middle. Storm let it bounce, and it sits up for Warbrick at the back. Penalty to the Warriors. A push off the ball. Obstructing the kick chase. Take the 2. Take the 2. They are taking the shot at 2. Oh, Primrose Lifestyle. Thank you very much for the super chat on the YouTube. Cheers for that. Don't think I've seen you chat before. You're silently supporting there in the chat room. Colts, thank you very much for the rose on TikTok. That's hilarious. A Rose just sent a super chat on YouTube, and then Colt sends a Rose on TikTok. Fascinating connection there. The Dogs enthusiast says, I think you're missing someone in the Wires try scorers. Who? Mally, thank you very much for the Rose on TikTok. As Tanner Boyd puts the penalty goal over. And the Warriors lead 38 points to 14. Missing Dimitri. Oh, did I get so excited in calling the game that I forgot one of the try scorers? Storm get us back underway. Or are you just messing with me? Ali Tower, Niokore, Wateni Zalesniak has got 2. 2 of Arsashek and Jackson Ford. 38 points to 14. Scrappy play the ball there for the Warriors, but it is now 5th and... Oh, set restart! Things have gone from bad to worse here for the Melbourne Storm. And the Warriors up over halfway. Still 20 minutes to go in this game. This score could actually wind up being anything right now. Anything. Because... Buddy, the Warriors are just rolling upfield. 2 of us are Sheck on the inside ball. 25 out in midfield. Goes to ground on play 3. Egan to Boyd. Out the back for Talpicki. Numbers right. Taken to ground. 5th and last, 20 metres out. Boyd with the crossfield kick. Contestable. Hughes takes it in front of his own posts. What a take there from Jerome. Reed Nichols says up the Warriors. Penalty now to the Storm. Anna DeJean. Ahoy there. Wantok. Thanks for broadcasting. Very disappointed for watching tonight. PNG. Simbu Province. Rage. Emuketi. Cheers, bro. Cheers, Rage. Cheers, Anna. Big performance here from the Warriors tonight. Storm find touch on halfway. Still 19 minutes to go. I mean, do not... This is a very different Melbourne Storm team, of course, but do not discount anything based on what we've seen this weekend. An early kick here on play 2. Faulongo leads the chase. Needs the bounce. Sua Faulongo and Tane Taupiki. But Taupiki takes the ball and then he offloads it straight into the hands of Sua. Taupiki had it for the Warriors. Hughes, dummies, takes the line on. They're a metre out here, the Storm. Tane Taupiki won the chase, collected the ball, but then for some reason threw it up for Sua Faulongo. Crash ball for Wishart. A metre out on that left edge. Harry Grant from dummy half. Held up and driven back. Oh, poor Tane Taupiki. He's been so immense all night, but that was an almighty balls up. Liero to Hughes. Absolutely belted in the hit by Halasima. But then Tuivasa-Sheck can't collect the loose ball. He's knocked it on. What a monster of a hit by Halasima on Hughes. And we have got time off. The Warriors are challenging the call of knock on. Lecker the wrecker. Oh, huge hit on Hughes. Forces the loose ball out the back. Tuivasa-Sheck comes through. The call was knock on, and because he's knocked it on. I don't know why they've challenged that, to be honest. Oh, they're hoping for a knock-on against Hughes, which, no. Oh, maybe. The ball went way backwards, in fairness. So that's off the hands of Halasima. Backwards on impact, no knock on. It's Tuivasa-Sheck who's knocked it on. This will be an unsuccessful challenge. Got the fingertips on it. Challenge unsuccessful. Melbourne get away with one there. 17 minutes 50 left to play. What a performance this has been for the Warriors so far. They've got to finish the job, though. Got to finish the job. Oh, Craig Bellamy's falling asleep in the coach's box. He can't even bear to watch. Kundalini, thank you very much for the roses on TikTok as Munster off the back of the scrum. He's driven back about 15 metres, Munster. Yeah, cheers, Kundalini. Melbourne with Josh King. 20 metres out now in midfield. Halfway through the set, Grant to Munster. Out the back for Hughes. They're up quick on him. He gets the ball to Faulongo. From a standing start, Sewer wrapped up. 15 metres out in midfield. 2 tackles left. Grant sends it for Hughes. Out the back for Munster. The double pump to nobody at the back. Howarth, or Meany, sorry, has to scramble back. 5th and last. 30 metres out, they've lost ground. They're up quick on Hughes. He rushes the kick away. Play on as the Warriors come down with it in midfield. Oh, the Melbourne Storm. This is atrocious. The Storm making up the numbers this season, perhaps. Terrible. Anna DeJean, cheers. Catch you tomorrow for another 2 games. Yes, indeed. Enjoy your drinks. I will, Anna. I will. Thank you very much. Who have we got tomorrow? Tigers, Knights, Blockbuster, Parramatta, Titans. 5th and last here for the Warriors. Kick downfield, taken on the full at the back by Warbrick. And he gives it to Faulongo, who is now sans headgear. Copped a high shot here, Sewer. No call. Moses Leo down the short side. Thank you very much, Lucius, for letting me know that I'm a gigantic goof and hadn't started the clock yet. So we're a couple of minutes behind. Down the short side goes Meany. I do that all the time. Cheers, Lucius. Through the hands out to the right. Touched by the Warriors. And that'll be 6 more tackles for the Storm. Warbrick loses some ground. Howarth caught with the ball. Utikimanu up the middle. It's funny, Michelle, my off-time co-host, is banned from Storm games because, I mean, she just... If you've seen Michelle stream a Storm game, you know why. But it's funny because I think that both of us enjoy the team that we hate the most losing more than we actually enjoy our own team winning. Because the Broncos lost this week too, but... she doesn't care about that because the Storm are losing. And I'm like, yeah, the Sharks lost this week, but I don't care because the Broncos lost. Down the right-hand edge they go. Howard steps back in field. Tackle 10 metres out. 5th and last. Grant dummies inside. Goes out for Howarth. Goes again. Spins in the tackle. Set restart here for the Storm. Half a metre out. Grant fires it out into midfield. Hughes to Munster. Numbers left. Falongo to Meany. Steps back in field. Beats one. And loses the ball. Huge defense from the Warriors. Forcing the mistake. And the captain's challenge is incoming. They had to challenge here, the Storm. They're on a hiding to nothing. $38 points to 14. The Warriors. The captain's challenge against the call of knock on. They're hoping for something here, the Storm. Anything. Like high contact. Like shoulder to the face from Sam Healy. Challenge successful. Penalty to the Storm. Oh, that was hope against hope, but they got it. $13 minutes 40 to go. Mr. Twerble just put $5 on the Storm at 101 to win. Grant taps and goes. Utikimanu in midfield. Bumps off one. But he's held up 5 meters out from the line. Set restart here for the Storm. Munster inside for King. Taken down in front of the posts. 13.5 remaining. Munster, cutout ball for Meany. Meany steps back in field. Back for Grant. Liero, under pressure, straightens, offloads for Munster. King is rocked in the tackle. Loses the ball, but the Warriors are offside. Penalty Storm. Now the teams come together. Push and shove in midfield. A lot of shirt grabbing. Because you can't punch anymore. You can't get your punch on no more, so they just shirt grab. Oh, maybe someone let one... Maybe someone just let one go. Utikimanu and Laban. Carrying on in backfield. Harris to Vita with a big hit on King. That is a 5/8 on a prop. $13 minutes left to play. What's going to be the call here? Okay. First tackle to the Storm. And a penalty to the Storm. It will stay. Michelle in the chat room says Hughes on report because he deserves it. Incredible insight in the chat room, just as she does on the streams. Penalty to the Storm here, 10 meters out. Munster to Hughes, inside ball for McDonald. Oh, and old McDonald dumped on his back. 10 meters out, the Warriors. They do not want to let their try line get broken. 10 meters out from the line. Storm have to fight for every inch. Munster slow to get up and play it. Fisher Harris confused. Like, what's happened? I don't know. I don't know what I did. Oh, yes. He got his knee caught up under the tackle there. Laban has tried to fling Munster backwards in the tackle, and Munster's leg just got caught up there. Incidental. But I have absolutely no doubt that hurt. Hughes, flat pass for Atikamanu on the crash ball. 5 meters out in front of the post. Grant scoops it up. Can't offload. Grant, a meter out. McDonald in at dummy half. To Liero. Dummy steps back infield. A brick wall of Warriors defenders. 5th and last 10 meters out. Hughes. Out the back it goes for Howarth. Quick hands for Warbrick. Warbrick has taken over the sideline. The defense from Tuivasa-Sheck, I believe it was. Warbrick is bundled into touch. The Warriors, they have gone to the next level here tonight. Tuivasa-Sheck sliding across. And this is a great battle. Tuivasa-Sheck and Warbrick, and RTS just says, no way. No way. Thumps him into touch. Warriors back in possession. 11 and a half minutes to go. 38 points to 14. This forget about the 38 points. This defensive effort of the Warriors. Whew. There's no way through. Slow play the ball here for Taupiki. Late offload. Back for Healy. Takes it up to the 40. Where's Umbop? We want to see Umbop. Boyd from inside the 40 gets the kick away. Taken on the full at the back by Falongo. Falongo gives it off to, who's this? Moses Leo tracking back for the Storm. Is that Moses Leo's first bloody touch of the ball? I don't remember calling his name all night long. Good carry here for Falongo, up outside the 40. Tackle 2 for the Storm. Warbrick up over halfway. 10 and a half to play. Halfway through the set. Grant goes left. Liero at the back for Munster. Flat pass for Wishart. Healy's got him wrapped up. 30 metres out from the line. 2 tackles left for the Storm. Liero at first receiver to Hughes. Hughes rumbles it up the middle. Takes the tackle 20 metres out. Munster down the short side. The goose step out the back for Falongo. Flick pass for Howarth. Grubbers in behind the line. And it goes into row 10. 7 tackle set for the Warriors. Poor from the Storm on every level. Warriors bring it back to the 20. 0 tackle. 9 and a half to go. Calm Pereira beats 1. Taken down on the 40. Gets a shove. That should be 6 again. Ford beats the first tackle. Almost up to halfway. Crack a smile, would you, Webby? Andrew Webster, straight out of the Wayne Bennett coaching school. His team's up by 70. Well, not really, but his team's up by a lot, and he can't even crack a smile with 9 minutes to go. Fisher-Harris straight up the middle. 25 metres out in midfield. 2 tackles left. Harris-Tavita puts the chip over the top. Chases through. And the referee gets in the way. Taken by Josh King at the back. Saves the day there for the Storm. Incredible. Warriors, 38 points to 14 with 8.5 minutes to go. And Andrew Webster looks like they're behind by about 50. Not a happy camper. Warbrick looking for the offload. Nobody running with him. Grant scoops it up. Wrapped up by Aaron Clark. 5th and last, 40 out from their own line here, the Storm. Short side for Hughes to put the ball high. Contestable ball. Warriors let it bounce, and Taupiki gets it on the bounce. Dives on the loose ball, 20 metres out from his own line. Back into midfield. Calm Pereira takes the tackle. Here's Wateni Zalesniak. 38 points to 14, a game that's been dominated by the Warriors. Oh, with Tenny Zalesniak with the old face grab. Oh, this is with Tenny Zalesniak through and through, playing for the penalty. He is a fantastic player, but I hate the milking. I hate the milking. He is notorious for it, DWZ. He's better than this. Ford will take the tackle, 40 out, 2 tackles left. Valmoga, a beast he's been tonight. Dimitri, up to halfway. 5th and last, back to Boyd to clear. Sending it down on the full to Falongo. Falongo from his own 10. Brings it back to the 20 in midfield. He's wrapped up. Narimo Tuhaka says, unbelievable defensive effort from the boys. Brolova, 99. Ahoy, mate. Nice to see you again. I don't see a spot for Metcalf unless these two are injured. Oh, an early kick here from Hughes from inside the 40. Gets the angle for the 40-20. Taupiki tracks back and takes it in the end goal. Nothing going for the Storm tonight. 6 minutes left to play. Yeah, Luke Metcalf, unfortunate, hey? Like, Luke Metcalf was actually probably, was it last year? Yeah, it was last year when the Warriors were on a roll and then Metcalf got injured and they fell off a cliff. Metcalf was probably on his way to the Dally M that year. Like, I don't think I'm exaggerating when I say that Metcalf was probably in contention for the Dally M, and then he got injured, and Warriors fell off a cliff. Tanner Boyd has stepped up big time this year, and it's going to be so hard for Metcalf to get back into this squad, which is crazy to think about. He was the Dally M frontrunner when he got injured, and now he will struggle for a place back in this squad. He really will. It's crazy to think of. It really is. 5 minutes to go. Warriors 38 points to 14. Meany steps away from one, takes it up to halfway. Now almost intercepted by Halasima. He spills it. ARW says Rabbitohs can have Metcalf in a trade for Haas. Well, that's never happening. That's not happening. That is not a fair trade, ARW. That is not a fair trade at all. I mean, geez, what a pickup that would be for the Warriors. But, yeah, that obviously ain't happening. Scrum down on halfway here for the Storm. 4.5 to play. Stead Mancia Osi. Manciosi. Stead Manciosi. Stead Manciosi. I've got to sound it out. Stead Manciosi. Monkey off the back for believing what I'm seeing. Webby needs to stick with this team. And the Warriors come away with the loose ball now with 4 minutes to go. Still going is Cam Pereira, dragged down inside the 20. Front foot ball now for the Warriors. More points beckoning. Loose pass out the back. Fisher Harris can't control it. It sits up for Taupiki. 3.5 to go. Tackle 2 in midfield. More points beckoning here for the Warriors. 38-14. 3.5 to go. A try here. Make it 42. Kick 44. Could we see 50 again on the Storm? Rena, thank you very much for the ice cube and the You're Awesome on TikTok. Very much appreciate the gifts over there. 10 out from the line. Boyd heads across field. Drops off for Fisher Harris. And Fisher Harris, 5th and last, 10 meters out in midfield. They go left on the last. Boyd, flat pass for Laban. Spins in contact and he's held up 5 meters out. Rena, thank you very much for the freestyle. Gifts out the wazoo to end the stream over there on TikTok. Very much appreciated. Michelle, 50 doesn't mean you missed the grand final. It means you can't win the comp. You can still get to the grand final. We had this conversation last time the Storm had 50 put on them. Colt, thank you very much for the rose. 2 roses and a GG. And Gamer Mel has renewed the YouTube channel membership. Well, it might be a loss tonight for the Storm, but it's a win for the Wasted World of Sports. Gifts and memberships out the wazoo. Cures now in broken play, goes up the middle, gives it off to Grant. Harry Grant tackle 20 metres out. Penalty to the Storm, played off the ball. Shayan, 669. Thank you for the live, my bro. Cheers to you, Shayan, 669. Wasted Water Sports live each and every weekend. Alternative commentary on the NRL. Live on YouTube, live on Twitch, live on TikTok. If you don't like listening to Channel 9 commentators, if you don't like listening to the Fox Sports Broncos bias, this is the place to be. Except for when Michelle's on. Then you get Broncos bias out the wazoo. 20 metres out from the line here, the Storm. Looking for some consolation points. Grant fires it left for Munster. Shows it inside. Short ball for Wateri. 5 metres out, left edge. Munster. Out the back for Hughes. He's going to kick on play 2 for Warbrick, who takes it in the air. Gets the offload for Howarth. Grubbers into the in goal. And Tane Taupicki's there. Brings it back into the field of play. Penalty goes to the Storm, though. (38-14). The Warriors desperate to not leak points. ARW says the only tick off my multi is Warriors 13+. Oh, tell me about it, ARW, mate. 5 try scorers in my multi, 1 tick. You can't believe it. You can't believe it. 20 seconds left to go. Grant back into midfield. Holds the pass up. And, Munster crunched in the tackle. The Warriors are giving up nothing here. Grant back down the short side. Cut out pass for Howarth. Howarth in and away. Fires a forward pass into the end goal, and the Warriors hold their line. 38 points to 14, and Webby still can't crack a smile in the coach's box. There's handshakes all around, but he's still not smiling because he knows that there's a lot of work still to be done this season. That's why. That's the sign of a good coach. That is the sign of a great coach right there. Well, not that one. Craig Bellamy on the losing side, looking like he's asking answers of life right now. But yeah, Webster, handshakes all around, knows the job's not done in this season, not getting carried away. He learnt that, of course, off Ivan Cleary. 38 points to 14. The Warriors have absolutely touched up the Storm here. In Melbourne, the curse has been broken. How many Hooters have we seen broken this season so far? Is it the year that we see a brand new Premier? Rena, thank you very much for the spring flowers. I appreciate that over there on TikTok. Dale Vanderstar, thanks for the commentary, bro. Take care tonight. You too, Dale. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Furburger, thanks for the stream. Thank you, Furburger. Cheers, mate, for hanging out with us tonight. BS, thank you very much for the tiny diny over there on the TikTok. Cheers, mate. Says and Taco says, curse only broken if Metcalf don't come back. There's a lot of hate for Metcalf in the chat tonight. I don't think it's necessarily Metcalf's fault. He was rushed back the other week, right? And proof in the pudding that Metcalf was rushed back is because he got injured again. That's my take on it. They rushed him back into the squad and he got hurt again. He's out for God knows how long. Yes, a lot of hatred for Luke Metcalf in the chat room from the Warriors supporters tonight. Michelle says, oh boy, that was fun. As much fun as I had last night, watching the Broncos balls up what should have been a simple victory over the Cowboys. Larens says that there from the Waz has got to be the best game ever with that defense. It was so impressive. When you think, like, they've come into this game on the back foot. The Storm under pressure, yes, but the Warriors come into this with history against them. And they pull off that defensive effort. And this is what I was saying earlier. Forget about the 38 points. Forget about it. Nobody cares about the 38 points. It's the defensive effort. It's the holding the Storm to 14. That's what was impressive. That's what was impressive, in my opinion. Forget about the 38 points on attack. This game is a game that's won and lost on defense. And the Warriors' defense tonight was immaculate, especially on their own goal line. Casey, RNT. No shade to Metcalf, but he hurts the Waz attack. As an individual, he was good last year, but just doesn't fit in the system anymore. He obviously hurts them more than helps. Yeah, Casey, probably, I mean, that's a very, very reasonable take. I don't know. I look at it and I go, how do you go from Dally M certainty last season until he got hurt? As I said earlier, Luke Metcalf was leading the Dally M when he got hurt. How do you go from Dally M certainty to now, like, an afterthought? It's crazy, huh? It's what's the word? It's a vicious beast of a game, isn't it? When you go from all, he would have won the Dally M that year if he stayed fit, to now he can't even break into the squad, and everyone's calling for his head. He did come back too early. I said that earlier. They rushed him back for some reason. And he got hurt again. But at least a positive. It made the decision very easy, didn't it? The decision is now simple. They can't pick him because he's hurt. Easy call. Harris Tavita and Tanner Boyd. Tanner Boyd's probably, outside of Nathan Cleary, been the halfback of the competition so far in 2026. Crazy to think about. He was absolute cack at the Titans, but then most people are, aren't they? Moves to the Warriors. Yes, he didn't quite get it sorted. Metcalf comes in, shows him up, and Tanner Boyd gets his opportunity with Metcalf's injury. It was pretty poor at the back end of last season, but this year he's just gone. I actually made the call at the start of the year. I said, Metcalf, I tipped against the Warriors every single week. In the first couple of rounds, I went against the Warriors every single week because Tanner Boyd is, and I quote myself, not an NRL standard halfback. And he was probably the player of the competition for the first 3 rounds. I think he heard me. He heard me and was like, this son of a bitch, I'm going to show him. Anyway, Waste to World of Sports, thank you so much for your company here. It has been a long, long day for me. I'm exhausted. I could still probably talk for another hour if I really wanted to, but I probably should save myself for tomorrow because we've got another doubleheader coming up. Parramatta versus the Titans, Tigers versus the Knights. And can you believe that the Tigers versus the Knights is actually a top 4 clash? Somebody wake me up when we're back on the proper reality, back in the proper time zone. Tigers versus the Knights in a battle of the top 4. What kind of twisted reality is this? But anyway, that's coming up tomorrow. I will save myself for that. Thank you so much for joining us on this one. Cheers to all the gifts on TikTok, all the super chats on YouTube. I very much appreciate it. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Till then, cheers.